Ravanna was once a proud land, home to honorable warriors, brilliant scholars, and just rulers. But decades of war have left the kingdom depleted and vulnerable, ripe for the picking for those ambitious enough to seize it. This was before the death of the king. In his absence, greedy men have become emboldened. This only worsened when Prince Edmund, their only heir, refused to take the throne at a time of war. His sister Lelena would rule in his stead until such a time when the war was won or a peace could be brokered. What comes next is a matter of great debate and countless rumors, but what we know for certain is within months Lelena was married. A man named Loerk, who was of minor nobility and far from a suitable match for the standing queen, was quickly crowned, and Edmund's throne was usurped. In the years that followed, Ravanna has crumbled from within. Corruption runs rampant, fighting between noble houses threatens to tear the kingdom apart, and word from the capital is Loerk's parties grow increasingly decadent. The king is either blissfully unaware or indifferent to the state of Ravanna. This is a time for either heroes or villains to rise. A kingdom lies in the balance. Which way will the scales tip? And we're live, back with Season 2 of Ravanna. I know you missed us, but here we are.
We're back.
We are back.
We're probably never going away again. Get ready for the rest of your lives, gentlemen.
We are going to haunt your dreams.
What? That's creepy.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, wait, is that not cool? Did I go too far with that one?
Yeah, that's...
You know, I never know when to stop.
I mean,
well,
it's a fine line.
It's like this. If you're really hot and, people don't really mind it.
Yeah. Yeah,
Gruffy guys like us, kind of going to mind it.
It's attractive to make that.
Yeah, my therapist keeps we can't hear Will.
You can't hear me? Let's see. Okay, just go ahead. I'll swap out.
That's weird because we can hear you. Can you hear the other guys, Lee Kim?
Everybody else say something.
What do we do without me? Hey, Lee. Thank you for always being on top of Will. If it wasn't for him, we'd be screwed. This happens like every week. We can never hear Will, and we never know.
That's funny.
Normally, we also can't hear Will when they can hear. This is just making it worse. Whatever you're doing is making it much worse.
Now you hear this terrible noise?
Yeah, now all we can hear is this terrible static.
Oh, there goes the headset. Now he's making noises at the camera.
Everyone's just really delayed. Right. That's also weird. Anyway, well, we're gonna keep going.
I feel like we do this every week. Why is it
I don't know.
Episode 34, as far as I'm concerned. That's what we are on the campaign. He's been producing for 34 weeks now.
Plus Ravanna, we're over 40. This has got to be 41 now. Yeah.
There you go. You might as well. You're basically a professional by now.
Testing.
We can hear you. Yeah.
I can hear you,
but can Lee hear me? This is
that's important.
But he does say we're really delayed, and I heard you already talking about that. And yes, I'm coming in late to that conversation.
Yeah. It's great.
Let's see.
Yeah, there was a big delay when I was watching it. Stealing internet, Jares.
No.
There's a delay if you're in it for real life. It seems like it's okay. I just checked on my phone, so let's keep going.
All right.
Okay.
Okay.
So, keep going. Let's begin.
Yeah.
Welcome to Ravanna, everybody. I am Jairus. I will be GMing for you this fine evening. You may recognize me from Return to the Bandit Kingdoms, where I play Raleigh, who is motherfucking awesome. But that's not why we're here. So we'll just kick it off, and we'll go right to my right. I don't know where he is on the Twitch screen because I can't do Twitch and my bandwidth is bad. But hi, Jake. Say hi, Jake.
How's it going? I'm Jake. Honestly, not 100% sure what else to say. I'm Jake. I play Bjorn.
There you go.
That's what you're supposed to say, Jake.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
You did it.
Oh, I was winging it.
I mean, if you want to share some quick, intimate detail about yourself,
That's
something
it.
you've never told anyone else before.
This is the time to do it. Yeah.
I'm service.
This is clearly the place. Jake needs more booze. He'll start getting real personal.
Oh yeah, I got handsy.
All right, so that's again, I don't know the Twitch wheel, so I'm gonna go on what I see. Will, you're next.
Oh, hey, hi everybody. You know what? I almost
You almost
launched.
said Will DM, didn't you?
Yeah, I almost launched straight into the.
You power struggle.
Hi, I'm Will, and I will be playing Brother Radik.
Whoa.
That's it. And as far as other stuff, I've got a load of cool stuff, but I'm not going to go into it right now. I'm just a cool guy. I still haven't fucking filmed that episode of the Down Roll either, so there you go.
It's been like 3 weeks.
You're
Yeah,
so
it's 3 weeks into
cool.
coming.
You can't even bother to do shit you say
Right?
you're gonna do.
I know. I even promised the viewers. I'm bad.
You
I'm
did
really
promise.
bad.
This is
did.
why I don't
Broken
promise
your trust.
anything, because I know I'm only gonna disappoint.
You know what I need? No, I'm not going to say that. I'm not going to say that. Okay, continue. Whoever's next. I don't want to get in trouble on your stream, dude.
Adam.
Hey everybody, I'm Adam. I am playing the only returning character, Alistair Grant. So if you liked Alistair, you're in for a treat. If you didn't, well, you know what? Fuck you. That's not nice.
Right?
And anyway, yeah, that's it for me, man.
And that brings up Josh.
Because that's me. I'm playing Loerk, and yeah, I guess you'll experience more of them as we go.
Woo-hoo. All right. So let's get it going. We'll give a little bit of information, just a quick on the state of Ravanna. So Ravanna is a united kingdom. You could call it an empire. About 1,100 years ago, there was this big war, and these 4 independent kingdoms of Navarra, Gallavastia, the Eldoran Highlands, and which is called the Eastern Sweep. Eastern Sweep it's like 12 tiny little kingdoms, but the whole thing makes up about the size of one of the other 3 kingdoms. So they kind of get lumped in together. Anyway, big war. Navarra wins and unifies all 4 kingdoms under one banner. And honestly, like Navarra was, they had a good king, a good stretch of kings, and it ended up working out for the best. It was the kingdom flourished, unified, and it was this nice mixing of cultures, and everything seemed to be going pretty well. But on the far way, if you can see our map at all, it's the very top left corner, this little purple section of the map, is this Holy Land called Jacare. And there is it's believed to be the birthplace of the gods. It's a relatively small island, maybe half the size of, say, Navarra.
Are you calling it Navarra or Ravanna?
So that's the tricky thing. Navarra is the southernmost quadrant of Ravanna, and they won the war.
Right.
So to be like, well, it's a new kingdom, everything's new. We're all unified under one people.
It still has that new kingdom smell.
They called it Ravanna, but Ravanna is just Navarra switching the N and the R. You see what they did there?
Yep,
So
I
it's
getcha.
like it's a new kingdom. We're all fresh start, but really it's us. So anyway, so Jacare is this island out to the northwest, and it's believed to be the birthplace of the gods. And what we don't see on the map is there are 2 other kingdoms, one way north and one far to the west, that are about the size of Ravanna, like good sized countries. And there has been a war for as long as history dates back between these 3 kingdoms for that control of that Holy Land. And basically what will happen is there'll be a period of intense war for 10, 15 years, something like that. And then a peace will be struck basically to grow a new generation of warriors, so they're not just fighting each other to death. And for whatever reason, this war has been going on for 27 years, and no peace is in sight. And what's happened to Ravanna is in that time, opportunistic greedy men have kind of come to power while the honorable men are away fighting. And this has punctured the fact he off fighting.
Oh, you're breaking
Wouldn't
up real
leave.
hard.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
You seem to be back.
How about now? Jack?
Yep.
yeah, it sounds good now.
Luckily, I get a little my unstable notifier, so I'm going to pause. But, so yeah, the king's off fighting Jacare. His son and his only heir is in
got a
Jacare.
network error. We got a network error. It's am I
That's
even more
you.
delayed than you? Oh, okay, never mind. Sorry.
This is where we all have our own individual technical issues instead of just one big stream technical issue.
I'm gonna go get me my coffee.
Right.
Please continue, ODM.
Good idea.
Be right back.
So King dies in Jacare. His son Edmund is there with him and will not come home to take the throne, because it's not a simple matter of like sailing home, taking the throne, going back to war. He'd be away for at least a year and a half. There's all this bureaucracy and a coronation process, and he's not going to leave his men. You lose two big leaders like that, it's really bad. So he dictates that his sister is supposed to rule in his stead until they can reach a peace. Then he'll come home and take the throne. Matter of much debate, as the opening credits say. No one knows what happens. Within 6 months, she's married to this guy who's like a baron, which is like low level nobility. And it's all kind of just happens real fast. We're like, this can't happen. It did. And now you have this guy, Erlich, who is a king who just seems to have taken all the benefits and none of the responsibility. And ties between the four sects of the kingdom were already kind of strained. And since then, he's been king for about 7 years. They've only grown worse. And it is now really a corrupt and dangerous, tumultuous place to live. And that's where we begin. That's Ravanna right now. And but last we left off, Alistair and his compatriots were locked in a bubble with some evil, scary shit. And it seems to be that Alistair survived. We don't, and who knows what else happened. So, Alistair, we're going to begin this in a pub in Dorland, where you're chatting up a couple of tourists and telling a tale that you have told many times.
Yeah, a couple. I imagine that there's like at least 6 or 7 people surrounding me, and I'm very animated. I'm standing on a chair at a table in the corner near the fireplace. And as the tale continues, more and more people come to, and as the audience enters, we hear. So there we were at the festival. There were thousands of people looking for fun and merriment and food and drink, maybe make a little coin. And then soon after we get there, the band took the stage. Now, I'm always up for some music and entertainment, but this was just a horrible sound. There was no musicality to it at all. Not really my cup of tea. But this was more than just bad music. Almost everyone in earshot became terrified. This was some sort of terrible, evil magic. So thank goodness that yours truly, Alistair Grant, was able to keep a level head, because all of a sudden the dead rose from their graves. Why they held the festival so close to a cemetery, that's beyond me, but who am I to judge these things? The festival organizers, I'm sure, had their own thoughts and opinions on the matter. But now there's zombies walking among the living. And then there was pandemonium. My dear friend Analcy, who was a halfling druid, a wee bit of a thing, but a powerful lass, suddenly turned into a werewolf. It was terrible. We all got separated, my mates and myself. And then my friend River...
What did you do?
He was a cat man. See, and he was close by, and we had some silver weapons, which we had procured very smartly. It was all my idea, of course, and he was able to take down Denalsi, but unfortunately, the zombies got the better of him. He went down fighting, but he went down. That left just me and Kelvin, a wee little gnome, but a powerful wizard. He could make a stone appear out of nowhere, and then he would run like the wind, I tell you. And also, there was Tajit. I don't know what kind of man or beast Tajit was, but he was a man made of fire, and could do all sorts of wonderful fire tricks, including burning people alive. So, during this mass of confusion, there was a man, a large man, larger than anyone that I've ever seen, with a white mask and a large machete, and he was coming at it, just slaughtering people right and left. Now, I took it upon myself to help a small girl and her mother escape, and it turned out that this man could not live or move within the water. So I hatched an incredible plan. And there goes Zoom. We were hoping that Zoom would be better than Skype to keep Jairus, but nope. So then, as the man approached, I led him toward a pond, and he walked into it and froze. Momentarily, we were able to escape. So now, back in the distance, there was a man made of straw. A scarecrow he was, come to life, a terrible, terrible thing. Well, Tajit, made of fire, realized if he burns the scarecrow, well, then he can't kill any more people. Unfortunately, it took more power than even he realized. And both he and the scarecrow went up in flames. That left the hag. You see, the leader of this band of evil beings, a terrible creature. She wasn't just the singer of a band, she was an old hag, a witch as it were. Kelvin bravely stepped up and was fighting magic against magic. But he was a gnome, he was a little fellow, he only had so much power to give. I ran up to the stage in an effort to save my little friend, my last remaining comrade at arms. Unfortunately, I was too late. A bolt of magical energy crushed his tiny body. I held him in a moment in my arms, and I looked up at the witch and I said, "That's it. No more. Now you shall feel the wrath that is Alistair Grant." I pulled me rapier from its sheath, stepped bravely toward the witch. Oh, she tried her magic on me, but it didn't work. And I stabbed her bravely through the heart, and once I did, she all but disappeared, her clothes falling lifelessly to the floor. And with it, all of the zombies crumbled to dust. I lost some good friends that day, but I saved all of the people, well, most of the people within the festival, and lived to tell the tale.
The only thing missing is some drunk guy to go, "Where's the puppies and the kittens you saved?"
That's a story for a later time. And then I look around and I realize that my mug is empty, and I say, well, now whose turn is it to buy another round? Let's see. Well, I went first, and then there was Mary over there. Mr. Andrews, why don't you get a round for the good folks here? And just point to some
somebody
guy.
Claps him on the back, and he's kind of like spills his drink, and reluctantly it's like, yeah. But the rest of everybody who's gathered erupts in big applause. You can see at least half of them have heard this story multiple times, but still, like they just it's a great story, and they come flocking in. So you have a few drinks, and bask in your tale. Like you've got a real heroic tale based in fact, and you're loving it. You've never had
exactly the way
this
that I
this
said.
kind of a thing before. Yeah, that's for all anyone knows. That is what happened. So as you eventually go to leave, you are approached by a man who you notice in the tavern, but he's kind of off in the corner and hood. Oh, couldn't really get a good look at him, but he pulls his hood back. Alistair, hello. My name is Yaza. I believe we have some business to discuss.
Well,
people,
I mean, business at this hour.
liking.
Yeah, I'm not too sure about, but yeah, it's a pleasure to meet you. Yaza, you said it was.
Yes, it's barely tomorrow, Alistair. We have all night. Please, come with me.
Well, I mean, I've only just started my drink here. Do you mind if I take it along?
Of course. And he kind of ushers you out. And so he leads you not far away, just a couple of blocks into a building. And with your passive perception insight, you trust him as much as anybody else who
Sure, no, he seems
would lead you
on the
into
level,
a dark
yeah.
building. Yeah.
I feel pretty good about him.
But once you're in, it's like he leads you in and there's no trap. It's just like a makeshift, like a temporary living quarter. It's like, as I said, my name is Yasa. I am from an order called the Order of Whispers. And I must admit, we were a little taken aback to hear your tale of that. She's been a problem for centuries. But we looked into the validity of your story. Yes. But we were to see that it is mostly true. You're an excellent, might I add, bravo to you for making the absolute most out of your contribution. It's
yes, well, I mean,
it is.
I'm just glad that I could be there to help, of course.
Agreed. So the order, or the College of Whispers, as you might say, is we are a subtle organization that influences our will into the world in a very indirect way that yields us very direct results. We would like to offer you an internship, as you will, a trial membership.
Well, I mean, it sounds very interesting. I do have a couple of questions, of course.
Of course.
Well, I mean, the most important one is there pay involved?
Oh, yes.
Well, it almost makes the second question, not nearly as important, but what will be required of me and my services?
So we prefer to train people from within to accomplish our tasks rather than freelancing. Freelancing gets messy.
Oh, of course. You never know what you're dealing with. You want a certain level of professionalism, I'm sure.
Of course. So it's really, for you starting out, it will be simple, stealing and conning and breaking and entering. And sometimes you might have to kill someone, but they're almost always bad.
As a man of honor, as long as the pay is right, I'm sure I can put away me concerns about some of the dastardly deeds that may be transpired as
Absolutely.
we continue with our relationship, of course.
Now, beyond money, we can offer you something a bit more valuable because it will keep you alive, and we have expertise, little tricks of the trade, if you will. Very, very simple things that can make the difference between life and death. Now, for example, and so he goes into a lesson it takes about an hour to relay it in a way that you can understand. but he basically teaches you how to
Surprisingly,
thrust.
took me an hour.
Yeah, well, that's he wasn't lying. It's like this simple thing. So like as you thrust your rapier, he teaches you this way to kind of just it's the subtlest like twist and flick of your wrist, but it like you can just feel like the blade swirl and just tear shit apart. And there's part of like you have to channel your energy in an appropriate way, but he sets up like some little dummy and you are like immediately astounded, and you just became much more dangerous in battle. And then he goes into talking about certain words have a specific harmonic frequency that can tap into people's soul or just their emotions, if you will. And so he gives you like a series of these, and if they're spoken in the right order, just slipped into conversation. It's not like a spell we have to chant like the specific thing, but just like the word suspicious, and then kitchen, and seemingly incidental words, but if you chain them in the right way, you can inspire fear or awe in people in a very subtle way where they don't understand anything that's happening to them. But it's like he shows you on you, and you're like, he's just talking to you, and it seems very casual, but then you just get this chill down your spine. And I
pull out the rapier.
Yeah. Like and twist.
You should have taught me that trick after this one.
And finally, he goes, "It's welcome to the College of Whispers, Alistair."
Well, I have to say, so far I'm very impressed.
They always are.
And I thank you for noticing, just my keen skills, and I know that I won't let you down.
We know you won't. We've been watching you. We don't, well, not to brag, but we have a pretty small turnover rate, if you will. We know how to select candidates, and you show great promise. We are very confident.
Why, thank you. Now, is this a weekly pay, or how does the pay scale work here?
A man after my own heart. It is on a job-to-job basis. If we task you with something, we pay handsomely, but if you're not working for us...
So it's not a retainer sort of scenario?
Hey, yeah, give me a persuasion check.
All right. 20.
Oh, shit. It kind of looks like it gives you a smirk, and it's like, here, just because I like you. And he puts a little pouch of gold on the counter. It's 22 gold pieces.
Well, thank you. I think this is going to be a very fruitful business venture for both of us.
I agree. All right, so I'll let you go on your way from there. We're going to skip to the next morning, where my man Bjorn is escorted into the guild headquarters in Dorleman. So we want to do this. All right, yeah. So we'll just pick up, and Jake, you're brought in by a man you met across the sea in the Eldoran Highlands, who was very keen on getting you to the guild. You know what the guild is? He told you a little bit about it. It's for heroes, and you seem like a hero for sure, and they're going to be very interested in meeting you. And the guy, with your passive insight, you can gather that there must be coin involved. Like, this guy's going to get some sort of finder's fee or something, because he is just too excited to introduce you to someone. Now, for our viewers, Jake is playing a dwarf from Eldormar. So he's an Eldoran dwarf. Eldoran dwarves in Ravanna are revered as the fiercest warriors ever. Like, with a bullet. They very rarely come out of their caves or their mines or their mountains up to the north, where they wage a constant war against just an unending horde of drow and orcs and goblins and monsters you can't even imagine. And the tales are legendary, but they very, very rarely venture out into the world. So this guy has found one and is in a rush to get him to the Adventurers Guild. The Adventurers Guild, for anyone who didn't tune into, we'll call it season 1 of Ravanna, is if you want to be a hero, like a legit hero, you get a team and go together, you gotta be a member of the guild. Like you go and you pass the test and you get your adventuring license and you are a member of the Adventurers Guild. And if you're not, you're an amateur. Like that's anybody wants to be in that guild, and that's where heroes go. It is highly respected. So Jake, Bjorn, you're brought in to a rather plain-looking building in a very flashy city. You're brought to the city of Dorleman, which is kind of Ravanna's Vegas. Big, fancy buildings, tourists everywhere, boardwalk with shops to buy anything you could ever imagine. But it kind of leads you away from all the glamour down a couple streets. And it's a relatively large building, but you wouldn't look twice at it. Leads you in, speaks with someone at, we call it a front desk. You wait a few minutes, and you're like, you can see that you can't hear the conversation, but he goes and he's talking to the person, and there's kind of like the general body language that he's getting brushed off, and he turns and he points at you like exasperated, and they kind of learn, they're like, oh yeah, and like quickly disappear into the back. And a few minutes later, someone else comes out and they escort you into a back room, and it's a woman. She is, you'd guess, like younger end of middle-aged, very well put together. You can tell like a serious person, a quality person. And she holds her hand out, and it is a pleasure to meet you. My name is Mira.
Bjorn Twice Crusher.
Pleasure, Bjorn. And might I add, thank you for your service. Your people protect the rest of us, and it means a great deal.
Shouldn't need protecting.
Well, there will always be the meek. Personally, I agree with you, but that's another matter. I must ask, what are you doing out of the mountains?
Only so long you can kill goblins, and orcs, and drow. Eventually, the maul seeks other targets. And I was wounded, and I needed a replacement on the battle line.
This is very interesting.
I pulled my shirt open a little bit, and there's a metal thing embedded in my chest. Explain.
Yeah, so what this metal thing is it's a ruby about the size of a baseball set into a metal casing, and then there's 8 little prongs coming off of the casing that are clawed into Bjorn's chest right over his heart. And she gives a peculiar sort of look. She goes, well, and you can tell like she's debating whether to ask, but just kind of brushes over it. She's like, well, that is very exciting news. I am inclined to offer you a position right now, but there are formalities. And if you wouldn't mind, just a quick demonstration. Oh, I'm sure you live up to the hype, but
Of
all
what?
the same, of your prowess in battle, sir.
Well, about that. The wound wasn't so much a physical one. The gem contains a curse. I didn't reach Valhalla quick enough and ended up actually having a demon imprisoned in me. Or something. I don't really know what.
Alistair would be very disappointed if this was your best pickup line.
She looks kind of concerned, definitely concerned. She goes, it is, she kind of like taps the tink, tink. It is,
Clutching my maul.
it is secure.
I'm alive. You're alive, so I assume so.
So what is the problem?
It weakens me. Not the warrior I used to be.
Well then, yes, a test is will be necessary. You mind?
Okay.
So she.
What needs to die?
Nothing needs to die. We'll make sure that it is non-fatal. You can try to kill. That's fine. I'll be standing by. And she opens the door out to the main room, and you see her talking to the woman at the front desk. And she comes back in and leads you out the other side of the room. She's this way. And it opens up into like a little arena. And nothing huge, probably 30-foot square. And a couple of guys, every a few minutes, come out the other side. And you can see they look a little, they don't know about your curse. They're a little bit on edge. So we're going to do a quick abridged combat for anybody watching. This is something we do. It's abridged combat. There are no rolls. I've got pre-generated shit right here. And he just tells me what I did. I know whether he succeeds and fails, and go real fast.
Now, the last time we saw one of these in Ravanna, we killed a child.
I'm pretty sure. And then really seriously wounded a couple more.
Yeah. There's another children who will never be the same.
So what you're saying is it's not without its problems.
Yeah.
I think Tajit was going to kill those kids no matter what.
Yeah, it didn't matter. He was, yeah.
He was it.
So, moral is, even if you're a kid, don't be a dick in Ravanna, because
right?
Happen. All right, so you fight.
What are they armed with?
Both have shields. One has a short sword, and the other has a warhammer. Medium armor, like chain shirts.
I'm gonna charge the guy with the warhammer.
Okay.
And just bull rush him.
Like try to knock him over.
Or just swing right at his legs with them all, right at his knees.
All right. So yeah, you come charging in, and with your hammer up, he just kind of tenses up and holds the shield up high, and you come striking in downward and just chop that leg, and you can hear the thigh bone just snap, and he goes down, and it drops both weapons, and you can act again.
How far is the other one from me?
Right,
close.
There. Like with it, yeah.
I'm gonna rotate through and just swing right at his head, overhand down, right at him.
All right, so
as hard as I can.
He manages to step out of the way, and then your just thunderous hammer comes down to the ground, and he just quick, from behind his shield, stabs twice at you. And the first one hits, but your armor mostly absorbs it. You feel like it just it poked through a little bit, but nothing. But the second time he targets the same area, and you can feel you get 3 inches of the blade. It gets you not too deep, but you're hurt.
It's in the meat.
That brings you up to deal with him.
I'm just gonna hit him with my shoulder. His shoulder check. I'm trying to knock him off guard.
Okay.
Off balance.
You knock him on his ass.
And now I'm gonna do the hammer overhead again. Just roll with it and smash him into dust.
So you've got your hammer on the ground basically, and you just shoulder check him, and as he goes down, you swing it up and down, and just as it is about to hit his chest, as if an invisible rope was touching him, he just gets yanked out of the way, and Mira comes in. She goes, "All right, it will do for now. I can see that you must be weakened if these two were able to give you as much. It was short work, but he cut you. Did he not? You're bleeding. It should not have happened. But you're from Eldermar. I'm willing to overlook the extenuating circumstances. That's hopefully we can figure out something with that contraption and see if we can get you some of your strength back. But for now, it's enough for me. You're welcome to the guild as an apprentice, of course. There is a trial before you can become an official member. But for now, you have our support. As a matter of fact, I have a task that I think you would be just perfect for. Please, come with me. And
follow her.
She leads you through this like maze and of a building, and eventually you get to just a door, and it's like 10:30 in the morning by now, and she just starts rapping on the door. She's like, "Come on, Alistair! It's 10:30. Wake up, Alistair."
Well, I mean, I'm awake, but I'm gonna need some time to get ready.
I hit the door with my maul.
What the fuck is that? I just take the covers and like put them up over my face. I don't know what else to do in this scenario.
Take a strength check, Jake.
All right.
I'll give you athletics.
Oh yeah, I got to do that in this one. Yeah. So athletics. So yeah, that works out. Where is it? Where'd it go? Oh, good, of course.
Yeah, so there's this big boom on the door, but that's it.
All right. I get up. Now I'm completely naked, so I've got to put on some pants. So that's going to take some time.
You would have to put on the pants.
Yeah, I mean, would Alistair really?
If it wasn't for that giant bang on the door, then he wouldn't.
You don't want to end up in a fight ass naked.
Yeah. So I'll sort of crack the door open a little bit and peer through, and I'll say, "What's all the noise about?"
The chickens have come to roost, Alistair. We are very grateful for what you and proud and appreciative of what you've accomplished, dispensing of the hag. But it's been 3 months, and your grace period is over. You were extended an internship with the guild, and now it's time to get back to life. You know, you don't want to spend your whole life drinking and
I mean, don't make assumptions here. I mean,
no, we know you better than that, Alistair. It's time to get to work. You'll feel better. You'll feel some satisfaction.
Do I know who this is?
Oh, so yeah, you would know. Yeah, Mira is.
Okay.
There are like a number of members of the order, for whatever reason, who are not so much adventurers, but kind of like still very skilled, and for all intents and purposes, we'll call her a handler. And she has been one of your 2 or 3 contacts here at the guild.
Say, well then, who's the hairy little fella you got next to you?
This is Bjorn Twice Crusher. And,
what a name! That's a wonderful name. Twice Crusher it is. Did you come up with that yourself, or is it just a family name?
Got on the line.
Well, it's wonderful, wonderful.
Well, so the job I have for you, Alistair, it might get a little dicey, and I thought you might be happy to have some protection, some muscle.
Well, I'm always happy for some protection and some muscle, of course. And you, my friend, look like somebody that I could work with. It's a pleasure to meet you, Alistair Grant. And I just stick my hand. I have still haven't opened the door all the way. Still, I just stick my hand through the door.
Just out the crack of the door.
I kind of force the door open more and shake your hand.
I said, well, the pleasure's all mine, of course. Now, I'll be happy to join you on your little escapade. However, it's going to take me, well, probably a good hour to get ready. I need to get the bath and get my clothes pressed and shave. And so I'll meet you downstairs, let's say around noon. How about that?
Be in my office in 20 minutes, Alistair.
I just give her a look.
This is like a familiar back and forth.
Yeah.
40
minutes later, I come down.
Yeah. And so she kind of gives you like a familiar scornful look, or
I feel like I've done great here. This is the quickest I've ever done.
You shaved your estimate down by like 50 minutes. That's didn't have time to apply the proper product to your hair. You're out in a rush.
Oh, that rolled as you.
Yeah, because it's I'm logged in, but it doesn't matter.
Okay, my bad.
Yeah. Usually we'll say, maybe not. Doesn't matter. Lost my train. Oh yeah, so exchanging minor pleasantries, she gets right into it. She goes, "All right, Alistair, there's a contact in Hayfeld that we believe has died. His fort has been taken by North Erglians, and he has, let's call it a valuable wealth of information on his premises. And ideally, we would prefer to deal with Berkner himself. But if Berkner has died, we must not let anyone else get their hands on such valuable information. We task you with going to his fort, and I don't care how you do it. You can negotiate with the Erglians, you can kill them, you can steal from them. I really don't care about the means, only the results. But we're going to need every piece of information you can pull from his fort.
Well, that sounds reasonable enough, and I think we could do this very easily with some negotiation, some stealing, and some killing. And I look over at my new friend Bjorn. So this seems like a reasonable task. When should we set out then? After brunch?
After brunch would be just fine. Yes,
Perfect,
we've arranged travel with you with a ship of halflings, halfling merchants heading up north up the coast of the Eastern Sweep, and they have agreed to.
Now, will the ship be big enough to stand in the lower decks? Because I've noticed halflings are very small.
You're right. The cargo hold you will be able to stand, but the living quarters, well, what they do is they do 2 stories. So instead of normal rooms, they get twice the space. They're smart little devils, but you might have to do some crouching.
So what he's saying is, yes, there'll be a room. No, it'll be cut into 2 sections. So you're
welcome. You could sleep in the cargo hold, I'm sure. And there's
I don't even respond to that. Like that's
it's a 2-week journey, Alistair.
2 weeks on a tiny ship.
They're lovely company, if it helps.
Is there like a hardware store where I could get like a saw before we leave?
Like, you are literally in the merchant capital of the world.
Perfect.
So Dorleman, I don't know if we have the map up for those in Twitch, but Dorleman is right here. So it is connected. There's a little channel that runs through here. So this big bay up here, all of this, and all of the ocean here, which like connects pretty much the entire kingdom, all filters through Dorleman. So Dorleman is a cultural
is over. I'm going to zoom in for the folks at home.
Sure.
Whoops. I zoomed in too much. Now I can't find it. This is a huge map.
Well, yeah. It took me like 10 hours to
make. Look, River's still there. That's where his grave is, over here.
Oh, poor River. Yeah, like I've deleted 2 of his tokens from his map already too.
Keeps popping up. So we're just going across here?
No, so you're gonna go.
Or we're going. We're going all the way up here.
So, truth be told, it might be more than 2 weeks.
God damn it! Oh, we're going around.
Around the horn, yeah.
I'm gonna need a saw.
You can clearly easily find one. I'm curious where the saw's going to come. You're going to cut your legs off at the knees?
No, I'm going to cut the floor out of my room.
Yeah, I'm sure.
So I can stand.
So
where he's going, he's tied to the mast.
Yeah.
Just
doing a little renovating.
In 4 hours. You have time to get your affairs in order. But first, and she pulls out like an envelope, essentially, and passes it to you. And inside, there is a map of the fort And and she indicates, she goes, so these Northurglians are fearsome warriors, but not much in the way of magic. And we are relatively certain that they will have not yet gotten into Berkner's vault. And that she shows you on the map. This is where the vault is located. Use this key. And she gives you a key, and explains what it is. It has limited charges. It kind of works similar to a wand. But what it does is it's can open magical locks. It's not a guaranteed, like it'll work, but it'll allow you the opportunity to, say, pick a magical lock where normally you wouldn't be able to. But this should allow you entry into the vault. Next,
there's 10 charges of this, you say?
She goes, this one I believe was. I've given out 3 of these this morning. It's 2 to 4 charges left on this one.
I gotta say, Mira has grinded my gears here this morning.
Oh wait, that's I apologize. I gave out those. This one, this has it is 14 charges.
Well, there you go.
I thought she was going to say it's got 2.
Yeah, you got 1. Don't fuck it up.
Yeah, you thieving bastard! I know what you're planning.
You know what? I actually meant to give this one to Dirk, and you lucked out. I get your luck never seems to run out, Alistair.
Well, I've been known to be a little lucky from time to time. Yes.
And so, little for mechanical purposes, we'll clear up. So 5e does the things where it's like it recharges 1d4, 1d6 charges per day, and it has an unlimited amount of charges. I do the old school, has X amount of charges, and when they're gone, they're gone. Yep.
I figured when you didn't tell me it recharged that I had 14 chances to steal shit, and then I'm done.
Yep. She gives you the key, gives you the map of the fort. There's 100 gold pieces for just operating costs. Okay. And a letter to, or like your ticket, essentially, a letter to the halfling captain for your journey on their ship. And then finally, a list of 3 potential contacts to seek out in the area. The first is Martum. Martum was Berkner's apprentice, and rumor has it he escaped the fort and may be in hiding in the area. If you can find him, he will obviously be invaluable, have all kinds of knowledge of the fort.
Sure.
The second is Jorf. Jorf is a Navaran soldier who is stationed in Hayfeld, and he has worked with the guild in the past and has no love for the Northurglians. So he's going to be familiar with the area and will be absolutely inclined to help you if you can track him down. And the third is a Goliath, an Eldoran by the name of, they call him the Merciful. And he seems to be an outsider among the Northurglians. He seems to, their records indicate that he's bounced from 3 different war bands in the past year. And wherever he is now is unknown, but he was last reported in the area. And if you were able to contact him, he might have an interesting take where he's familiar with these people, but does not seem to be one of them.
Okay. You probably don't need to go check him out.
I'm sure it's.
I mean, if we get to it, we get to it. Right, Bjorn? We'll figure it out.
I'm gonna roll a new character.
And Mercy went on to live a very peaceful life and right in Alistair's bullshit. And that's it. She sends you on your way.
All right then. So I turned to Bjorn and said, "So a wee bit of brunch, and then get some supplies, and then on our way.
Sure. Might as well. Won't hurt.
All right.
You're very agreeable. I love that about you.
All right. And with that, we're going to take a quick break, number 1. And I do 2 breaks because I have to pee, and I'm in control now.
Ladder.
Yeah.
But yeah, we'll be back real fast.
We'll be back.
Everybody, you've got like 130 seconds.
And we're back. 130 seconds on the dot.
Oh shit!
No, nobody counted. I'm just
Yeah,
making
no,
that shit
that's
up.
you gotta like stick with that. I believe you.
Yeah.
Somebody out there's got a timer.
Yeah.
So she kind of sends you on your way to prep for your journey. Before Bjorn leaves, though, she pulls Bjorn aside and says,
Don't let him cut his room.
Bjorn, we've had this for a long time and never really knew what to do with it, but I feel somehow you're come, I'll show you. And she opens up this case, and there is this set of spiked Battle Rager armor, which she doesn't know what she has. But
I had a character that had that, but I'm not allowed to play him anymore.
Oh,
That's about as much as we'll go into that, I think.
Things got too sexy for Adam.
Yeah.
But
Wait.
Bjorn,
This isn't armor. It's a gimp suit, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's an armor and it comes with a ball. For biting down in combat when you get hurt.
How'd you guys know my class? I'm Battle Gimp.
What's better, Battle Gimp or Gimp Rager?
Oh, Gimp Rager. Gimp
Rager's
Rager.
gotta be.
Oh yeah.
That's the new Unearthed Arcana class.
Oh, I'm writing that up. I'm gonna submit it so they can refuse it.
Yeah, I know.
The Gimp Rager seats silently and intimately.
I think we've got the first track off our album. We just don't have a name for it yet.
Yeah, Gimp Rager.
That's the name of the band.
That's the name of the band, the album, all the songs.
It's one track, plays for 3 hours.
There it is. But Bjorn, for the viewers at home, why don't you explain the significance of this armor?
Reverently holding it, and I go, "This is for the shock troops of the Eldorn dwarves. We wore it in battle to charge through our own ranks into the enemy and use it ourselves as weapons.
So you're familiar with it then?
I wore a suit."
In fact, this is
Can't help
mine.
but
It's got my
feel-
initials carved in. Where the fuck did you get this?
I can't help but feel that it has been waiting for you. Please.
Well, I immediately pop it on,
It
regardless.
fits like a glove. Like a glove. All right, so you guys make it onto you prep, do whatever you got to do, and you're gonna hop on a boat with some halflings. We're gonna jump over to Hayfeld now. Actually, I'm gonna switch up the map. You guys can get a closer look at the eastern sweep. It's gonna be so exciting.
I figure for a gold piece, I can probably get some good extra pillows and some soft blankets, right? Or
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Doesn't matter when you're sleeping next to a dwarf in a spiked gimp suit.
Yeah. I'm definitely requesting my own room.
Yeah, no, you guys.
Ow! God damn it, Bjorn, take this off. I like to cuddle.
For the record, even though we're skipping over, you share a suite on the ship, but a halfling suite is about 6 by 8, like a 5-foot ceiling.
Hot damn, that's it.
Oh man. Luckily, I brought a lot of pillows and blankets, so I just lay down most of the ride.
Yeah. All right, everybody see the map? Okay.
No. The audience doesn't, but I can fix that.
Well, they're the ones that matter. I don't care what you do.
There you go.
Leak him or bust. All right.
There it is.
Ooh. Oops, I can't get it into the frame, but you get the idea.
I can't either. I'm in some fucking trouble over here.
It's blameless.
So you guys are in. So now we're gonna jump to Brother Radik and Loerk, who are just returning to the town of Nabrick. And Nabrick is a coastal town right somewhere in the neighborhood, like right here. Come on. Oh, I'm pinging the wrong way. Hold on. Let's try this again. You guys see that ping?
No.
Neighbor?
How?
Nabryk, yeah. It's spelled Cnabryc. Just an inch north of the A in Hayfeld is on the map. See that ping?
Oh, we're all the way up there.
Oh,
We're
yeah.
very close to North Erglia.
Yes. So, yeah, so you guys have been south in Hayfeld just doing what you're doing. And you arrive back in Nabryk, it's been about a month or so, and you find the town in, say, disarray, turmoil. For one, it is very crowded, and people seem rushed or hurried or stressed. Not the easygoing. Well, I shouldn't say easygoing. These are very hardworking, down-to-earth people, but they live a carefree existence, I guess. Like, it's a very simple life. Like, you get up, you work the fields, and everything is fine. Unless
still come out
by raiders. Sorry, what was that, Josh?
Do the children still come out and taunt me?
Yeah.
Because we'll fucking kill them if they do.
Don't worry.
We're on our way.
No,
The kids are coming out and taunting me. We're okay.
they learned.
That means that the town's normal.
Oh, actually, no. I'm sorry. I like in that instant already forgot that Nabryk is in turmoil. No, they're you. It's their bit like it is. No, it's
then kind of just limber my weapons and keep walking. Hope Radik notices that I did something.
Well, of course, I've noticed. Loerk, I really don't think you need to like get your weapons ready at this point in time. I said, these people are under duress, but I don't see smoke or fire or people screaming, "Oh my God, they're going to kill us!" So I think you're all right.
Just kind of just give them a look and just keep walking.
See, that's what I like about you, Loerk. You always agree with me, and that's a smart thing to do. See, because I'm usually right, but
while he's talking, I kind of speed up so that he has to jog a little to match my speed.
Using that long stride.
It doesn't. I have a high constitution. I will have you know. So I don't get winded. So I just start jogging next to you, and I'm like, I think probably the next course of action would be us to go and find someone of authority that we could speak to. Why don't you follow me? That would mean you'd probably walk the way I'm walking.
You're gonna have to walk faster than him if you want him to follow you.
Or I'm jogging.
So it's not hard. You can find a number of official-looking people. Either so some are building temporary shelters. Others are digging latrines. More seem to be trying to shore up the defenses of this town that was not made to be defensible.
Do the people who are building this stuff look like military, or are they like refugees?
So like 10%, maybe more, would be military, and then there is a large refugee civilian population helping where they can.
That military presence is it recognizable as like from the raids and stuff and all that?
Yeah, so you can see based on their colors. Red is the color of Hayfeld, so there is a number of Hayfeld soldiers, and then purple is the color of Navarra, and Navarran soldiers are common to just kind of occupy and serve as it's kind of different between like state government and federal government, I guess you might call it. So you have like it's more higher trained, higher ranking officials are going to be from Navarra, and there are I'd say of the 10% of the people that are soldiers, maybe 10% of that are Navarran soldiers, and they seem to be the ones organizing.
I'll try and find the most high-ranking looking red uniformed guy.
Would Loerk have recognized who Navarre and were? He might not have even seen them before. I don't know.
I mean, you've definitely seen them before. Whether you've interacted with them or other people enough to understand that they're the difference in color. You might think it just means a difference in rank. You might not realize that those are people from a whole other area. Okay. But you'll definitely know that there is some sort of difference. And the men dressed in purple typically seem more formidable.
Okay.
Or more well-trained at the very least.
Fair enough.
All right, so Radik, you were looking for one of the higher-ranking men dressed in red, right?
Yes. Loerk, I think that we should probably talk to one of the locals. They'll have probably more of an idea of what's going on as far as how it affects the local area, if you understand what I'm saying. I know you do because you're such a bright man. So come with me. Let's go and talk to one of these gentlemen and see what's going on here.
Just growls and then just follows you.
So you're able to find one nearby who's just trying to erect some sort of temporary shelter. And
I'll go up to him. Good sir, I'm sorry not to interrupt you. I see that you're incredibly busy, but what's going on here? I mean, we were here just a little while back. It was only a couple of days ago? Oh, I got to look up. A couple of days ago, wasn't it, Loerk? But that's beside the point. I guess what we're really just trying to we're hoping that we're not stepping into anything dangerous.
So it's been about a month, but yeah, he kind of looks and he's like, "What? The fort is fallen. Are you
the fort?"
Loerk interrupts. What fort?
Yeah, so that would have been the next question. What fort?
There is a fort. I actually have a map of Hayfeld. I don't have pulled up. But there's a fort right about here. It's Berkner's Fort. And it has fallen to the North Erglians. It's the latest in a series of these fallen forts along the stretch.
Now, North Erglia is part of Ravanna too, right? This is one of these internal wars that they have all the time, correct?
Yeah. So even though it's under the banner of Ravanna, the eastern sweep is largely left to its own devices, and especially within the last decade or two, the most you see of Ravanna are tax collectors. They come and it is really lush farming land. Like all of the eastern sweep is known for it's farms. There's some hunting because there's a large wooded area, but they're mostly farmers, and they have ended up supplying the bulk of Ravanna's food. So they're just constantly like, you work and you work and you work and you end up shipping out. At first it was 20%, then it was 30%. Now it's 50, 60% of your yield goes to the government, to Ravanna, and it feeds the rest of the kingdom. And aside from that, if there are ever raiding parties that get too big or out of hand, maybe Ravanna will step in a little bit, or Ravannan soldiers, but for the most part, disputes between kingdoms or countries within this little, East England has an issue with Alfred. They don't care. Like, deal with it on your own. If you want to conquer the other one, as long as we get our taxes, do what you're going to do.
Well, this is just terrible news. I mean, it's hard enough with y'all having to just send out all your hard work all the time, taxed unfairly. Now, North Erglians are coming in, and they're going to just come and take it. And I'm sure the Ravanna troops aren't going to do anything to help y'all. It's just terrible, absolutely terrible.
What happened to the defenders and the people who live there?
Well, I do believe they're around us right now, so that's the refugees.
It is, yes, and not just the men from the people from the fort, but all nearby villages have also had to evacuate. It changes the entire landscape because this fort is not just a fort that they've taken; it's another stronghold from which they can raid. So now you want to call it the danger zone from North Ergleans has just.
Thank you. I was just going there. Well, Loerk, I think we should help join these fellas and help them with the erecting of the fortifications, don't you, sir?
Where we most needed.
He kind of looks at both of you and would say, a man of you're Eldoran, yes?
Is he talking to me?
He's talking to you. Sorry, yeah.
Just kind of.
Why don't you go join the men over there? I'm sure they can use your expertise with your aid with shoring up our defenses. It is unlikely the North Erglians would come this far.
He doesn't even wait to finish. He just walks off and goes to start directing.
As Loerk starts walking away, I go, good choice. It does look like there's a lot of heavy objects in that direction. And he is a well-strapping man, as you can tell.
Radik, come.
Oh, I'm sure that he's got some other sort of, the man who shucks the physical work will in the end be weaker of soul as in body. That's what I've always said. He'll start following you, and he starts into another one of his stories. There was this fella that I used to know named Durker. And he starts going in and telling you about how Durker used to shuck his chores all the time.
Durker was not a good worker.
You've heard the parable, my son. Good. I'm glad.
Durker the worker was a shirker.
Exactly.
All right, so
until he met a giant berserker.
I
could go on, but
Laura, give me an athletics check.
What's that?
Give me an athletics check.
Okay. You got it.
14.
Yeah, all right. So 14 is good. You're like, so you see like two men trying to pick up these stakes and put them in the ground and just kind of, and you're just easily just like doing the work of two men. Like you're just picking up these huge ass heavy objects and lumbering around and you make your presence known instantly. Like, oh shit, like look at the big fella, huh? And like you get it kind of boosts morale and everybody kind of tries to work up to your pace. And you guys are at it for a good 6 hours. And
well, wait a minute. I just because I'm weaker doesn't mean I don't get a roll. I'm going to first. Brother Radik's going to take off of his official robe and his official half cloak. He's going to fold them up, put them on the ground very nicely, and then he'll rub his hands together, spit in them, and then
I figured you were just going to be like standing there offering words of encouragement.
No, I'm a hands-on kind of priest.
That's how we met. He got dirty.
Yeah. All right.
Here it goes. That's what I'm talking about.
There you go. You
You're better than me.
And they get more inspired by the priests pulling off his vestments and getting down and dirty with them.
So while you're busting your ass, and it is people take notice for sure. You're working hard. You can't lift 600 pounds. No, so it's just.
He's dragging 100 though. He's
you're just not a behemoth.
My son, though, you see, you're missing the point. While one man might be able to carry 600 pounds one load, the prosperous man that has conviction can carry 600 pounds in 20-pound increments. He just has to apply himself.
Have you ever heard the experience or the expression that defense wins the games, but offense gets the glory?
No, I don't even know what defense and offense means.
Hey, there are sports in Ravanna. I don't know what they are, but there's.
Well,
while he's moving his little 20-pound increments, I pick up a whole tree.
Yeah,
That's the wow factor.
you're carrying a tree with Radik on top, holding his 20 pounds.
Yeah, but you know what it is there is a little bit of that where like there's the initial like, oh shit, but after about an hour of it, it's like, oh yeah, the big guy's doing the big guy thing, and then they
leave the trees for him.
That,
Take the priest advice. Take the small shit.
right.
Exactly.
Well, it's like he's doing 20-pound increments, but he's busting his ass.
Oh yeah, it's not a bad thing.
That Radik guy, he's a hard worker.
No, absolutely. That's why I haven't swatted him away.
Right? He's with you for a reason. But yeah, this goes on for a good 6 hours. You guys arrived a little later in the day, so it's the area kind of quitting time. Everybody stops for dinner, and a couple of the purple soldiers, the purple soldiers, come over, and one of them is like, I greatly appreciate your help. You were instrumental. We are halfway through what I had hoped to accomplish tomorrow, so thank you. Please, would you care to join me at my table for a meal?
Of course I would.
Did I recognize the name of the fort that they had mentioned before?
Yes. Yeah, you've been by a number of times. So, little geography lesson.
Where's my name there?
Oh, it's your character sheet.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, if you guys haven't figured out through our clever boxing stuff, look at, me and Jake are in the same room, real life, crazy shit. This section, I can draw a line. So this little section of Hayfeld right here that's a rough place to be right now. So North Thurglia, mostly hunters and raiders, and they have kind of taken over this forest. This forest right here used to provide a lot of game for Hayfeld. Hayfeld, they're farmers, but they'd come up into the wood here, and there's plenty of game to hunt. And that whole part of their diet is just gone now. Like the saying is like the North Thurglians are hunters. And if you are in the wood, you are game. Like they'll hunt deer and they'll hunt bear. And if you're in the wood, they'll hunt you too.
The most dangerous game.
People say that, but I would much rather hunt Adam than a bear. Just saying.
You know what? I don't blame you.
You never seen him desperate.
Yeah, no, me desperate is still just, lying down in a fetal position, crying and begging, don't. There's a bear somewhere out there. I know it. Just kill the bear.
Imagine how great you'll feel after you kill a bear. You're not going to feel anything.
Yeah, this is just sad. Right? For all of us.
I had written it in chat. I don't know why. Is this the fort that Loerk had helped take before?
No. So that's what I was going to say. So there are like 3 or 4 forts along this stretch here, and they've kind of one by one have fallen. And you wouldn't know that exactly, but you'd know that like you helped take one up here.
Right.
Like you helped take the northernmost one, and now of this little stretch, Berkner's was the southernmost one. You can infer that the others have probably fallen as well. And it's just they have so much cover from the woods, and it's kind of this isolated little strip that
guerrilla tactics.
Yeah, it's tough to take a fort. So each one it's like a serious accomplishment. But now trying to take them back, it's yikes.
Yeah, it's a series of sieges.
Yep.
Yeah, well, I'm coming with a spiky dwarf, motherfuckers. So what?
Put him in the cage.
All right, so
I just follow the priest because the priest is better at this social stuff.
All right.
Look, you're going to need to get presentable, so you're going to have to wash and get cleaned up, because you see, it's we're going to be dining with the more proper of the soldiers, and we need to make a good impression so that we get in on their good side. So let's go and find some water and wash all that sweat off again.
One must always wash before one eats.
Exactly. You don't want to get germs. Or there was this one fella I know, Dumpling. Now, Dumpling never used to
starts walking to the well.
Yeah. Can we? So far, the only stories are about people with their name starting with the letter D. So, Will, if you can keep that going, I would be very
all D's.
Yeah.
They should be all E's.
Oh, that's interesting. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Well, if that's the case, I should start on A.
Well, you've already started on D.
Starting on D, that's off beat.
Yeah.
Starting on A is too on the nose.
Yeah.
That's true. True. Okay.
And plus, who doesn't love the D? Am I right? I'll tell you.
We all do in our own little ways. Some love the actual D. Others love what the D represents.
You're killing Jake, I'll have you know.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, Jake's got a great laugh.
He does. I love it.
Oh, no, you haven't heard the...
When you break Jake, you'll know it.
Yeah. That's coming. Breaking Jake is my favorite.
So we'll go to the well and get washed up, and I'll wipe his back down for him.
Oh, that's sweet.
Because he can't really reach back there. See, this is
the guys are a cute couple.
This is the problem when you get too many of all them hyper-grown muscles. You can't reach around into the important places. You still got that stick I made for you for scratching.
Loerk is clearly uncomfortable, not so much with the fact that you're washing him, but just like the whole situation.
The fact that you keep talking about it. That's the...
It's really more just like, man, he just keeps talking.
Yeah. If you silently washed his back, it would be much more comfortable for all of us, I think.
He would have been fine with that. Maybe even appreciate it.
Was I really supposed to keep that stick?
Yeah.
Yes.
But maybe to your surprise, he actually gets out a clean set of clothing from his pack and everything else.
No, that doesn't surprise me. I've been talking to him about the importance of hygiene and being presentable and the appearance that you make.
You're right. I forgot. It was all his influence.
Yes. All right, cool. So then after we get presentable, since he didn't tell us where we were supposed to meet him for eating, I guess we would just go to the middle.
It's kind of like this open sort of where you guys were working. There's other people securing, building shelter, and there's kind of like this communal area where a lot of the refugees and soldiers and just all these displaced people have. It's like a makeshift outside cafeteria, and there's a number of tables set up, and there's a long table and people have been preparing food, and it's kind of like buffet style. Grab what you're going to grab and have a seat. And he was not far from it when he invited you to join him, so you could easily see just where his table is.
Well, as we go through and we're getting the food and whatnot, it's like I'll be making sure. For one, Brother Radik's going to speak to everybody as he goes by. You did a great job today. You worked fine, son, and you, madam, you did a great job as well. And I admired you carrying that bucket of water. Good job. And as we're getting the food, I'm making sure that Loerk gets greens. Now, don't forget your roughage. You got your roughage.
I was hoping so much you would start telling him how to eat, because as you're telling him how to eat, he's already just like mostly fruit and vegetables.
Yes. No, see, that's the beauty of it. You might have a platter full of vegetables. It could be raw, and exactly what Brother Radik's going to do is like, now make sure that you got plenty of roughage. That you got a good start.
You're pretty sure that he still talks this way when he's alone.
Yeah. He's the guy at the restaurant when somebody has some sort of dietary restriction that reads the menu of all the things that person can eat.
Radik's the worst waiter ever. You never get your food. And when you do, it's brick ass cold.
And the orders changed because what you ordered was not healthy enough.
That's right. But no doubt he brings it back out. Now, you see, what I've done here is I've taken the liberty to change some of the things that were just terrible for you. Absolutely terrible. Now, you know that baked potato with all that dressing and that bacon's bad for you in big quantities. And you really like to eat a lot of bacon. So we just took that bacon out of there.
That's a myth. Eat fat, get thin. That's a real thing.
That's your little tip of the day, folks.
Yeah. Look at these cheeks, okay? That's all I gotta fucking say.
You're not eating enough.
Not eating enough fat.
Sugar, not enough fat.
Yeah. We'll see we'll see when you drop another 12 years on you, Jerris, how your cheeks look with that.
I used to be skinny one day. That was
I lost 30 pounds by not drinking soda, man. Sugar will kill you.
Yeah, sugar.
All right, sorry, I didn't mean to get off on a weird.
It's too late. We already went.
All right, yeah, it's happened. But all right, so yeah, you get your food and you go over. You join him. There's a couple other Navaran guards with him as well as some Hayfelds, but soldiers as well.
Well, we'll go sit down next to him then. That's good.
Thank you. Welcome. Please.
Thank you for inviting us to eat with you. It is mighty hospitable of you. I appreciate it. Loerk and I, we're on the road all the time, and we get to meet interesting people. But I have to say, I haven't met anybody nearly as interesting as y'all. I mean, you wear purple and all. You're Ravanna soldier. I haven't met any of those before.
Well, it's we only have so many numbers, you see. But so we are concerned with what is happening in the sweep and just the state of affairs here. It's terrible what these Eldoran bandits have done to your beautiful country.
Yes, well, I'm personally not from here, but I can agree with you, sir. Is there more Ravanna troops coming? And as he's talking, like Radik's cutting up his food, and like he'll cut off some of the choices that are, because there's mostly meat on his plate, and he cuts up the choices that are not the best, and he takes it over and he puts it onto Loerk's plate. Your constitution, son, can handle that. I can't.
Loerk, give me an insight check.
Because now Radik's substantially older. Radik's like my age.
That is substantially older.
Yes, it is.
Wow.
Thank you very much.
You are completely aware that he is.
So now in the medieval times, like you have like 3 more years left to live.
Pretty much. Why do you think I became a priest?
That's exactly what it is. You're one of those old people who find religion right before you die.
There you go. There you go.
That's fucking awesome.
What is Loerk aware of?
You've got 2 types of people that live to be old in the fantasy world. There's the wizards and the priests, and we can all probably agree wizards are creepy. So there you go.
They're creepy, yeah.
I
can agree.
In my experience, it's usually the other way around.
Well, that's here.
Yeah, that's it.
That's
That's on Earth. Yeah. Ooh, wait, we're getting off track here.
Like NPC
Yeah.
Anyway, are usually involved in some.
But what is Loerk aware of?
Shit.
I'm sorry, Jared. So you were quiet. I didn't hear you.
I'm just talking about how.
He's still talking about creepy priests. He's
He's
reliving some bad memories. We're gonna go past that. He'll be okay.
Really, what's the difference between a priest and a cultist? Be honest.
No. And we just lost 5 viewers.
Yeah, I know.
Setting. I'm all like, do your religion. Religion's fine, but I'm talking about fantasy with our pretend gods. As opposed to the real
When was
one who's
Loerk
sitting
aware?
So he was asking what he noticed.
The views of the dungeon master did not necessarily
so you are
reflect the
completely
views.
aware of Radik's motives. You see exactly that he's giving you like the shitty parts.
Oh yeah, and I just kind of growl, and I just like, I just grab it in my hand. No, like, is there some kind of like cloth around?
Yeah,
I'm sure there's dogs. There's got to be dogs. It's a kid.
No, I pick it up. I take a cloth so I don't dirty my hand. I grab it in the cloth and then just put it back on Radik's plate, and then go back to delicately eating. And like I take one bite, and then like, when do we retake the fort?
and
He's
so
got
there's
he's
like
got a strict dietary regiment.
I need a very specific diet and to kill people. Like,
You know how much protein you burn just killing somebody?
Right now,
That's why I'm putting some extra meat on his plate. He needs that fat.
so when he says
Okay,
that,
awesome.
there is a mixed response from the table. And from the Hayfeldian soldier, you can see that you have touched on a nerve. And they kind of like, there's a grumble and someone slams their fist on the table. And it's like, well, so this is the soldier who invited you over now is, it's like, well, see, the trouble with that is there are at least 100 men holding that fort, and it would take well over 1,000 to retake it. And even then, many would die, and it's still...
So you're waiting for reinforcements. I understand. It's complete. They're waiting for reinforcements, Lord. You understand.
Do they have hostages?
It is, at this point, doubtful. Given I'm sure you understand the nature of these North Erglians, anyone who has not escaped the fort by now has most likely been killed or sold into slavery.
At that, he just lets out like a low rumble. They like, it's the kind of thing that almost like shakes her teeth.
Yep. So it might be like you are. Keep in mind, like you don't know which warband has taken the fort, and you are familiar with a number of the warbands.
If that's what they did, it's not one that he was fond of. So that's...
Right, but that's like you might know.
Okay.
So from your passive insight, you're getting that this guy is making assumptions. Like he hasn't been in there. He can only assume based on the things he's heard of North Erglians in general. He doesn't know one warband from another.
I'm sorry, I misunderstood you.
No, that's fine. That's why we clear it up.
And Radical kind of lean in anyways. Loerk, you're gonna have to understand. Look at the hands of the fellas in purple. Delicate. These fellas.
Oh no.
These fellas are no. I'm saying it anyway. These
Okay.
fellas.
All right.
These fellas aren't natural born killers for righteousness like yourself. And well, asking them to go and do such a job was probably just going to get them killed. You know, they have to wait to have sufficient numbers so that they can properly take.
Loerk just interrupts. Do we know who took the fort?
Was our intel is a man by the name of Montauk. And you know Montauk. So you've served with 3 warbands. Montauk was the most recent one you left. And of the 3, he seemed like, by North Erglian standards, a very reasonable man. By North Erglian standards. You know, they're raiders and killers, so grade reasonable on a curve.
Then there are possible survivors. We cannot stop them.
That's when he's engaged in this conversation. I move some more over to his plate.
Each time I just kind of casually pick up my napkin and put it back.
So it's like, I picture it now, like you've said this thing and they don't respond, but they kind of look like they're interested, like you know something we don't. So you're, for like lack of your abundance of words, you're still engaged in a conversation with these people. And then like Radik is just slipping stuff onto your plate, and your focus is still on the person you're having a conversation with.
That's exactly it. Like it's more like I am used to Radik. My patience are endless with him.
Right.
Except for
He is a good man.
where I just increase my pace to inconvenience him.
Yeah. It's like a game because I know it's happening. He knows it's happening, but yet it still happens.
Right. So the man has like all of the soldiers at the table have like, you've made a statement that clearly there's something more to, and they're just kind of like, what, because they don't know that you know Montauk, or it's just, so now they're like just waiting for you to elaborate.
I don't.
And so there's like this.
Well, do you gentlemen need someone to do some reconnoitering, maybe, or find some information about this band of murderers and robbers and thieves?
And that's where like there is kind of again like this tension at the table. What's your passive insight, both of you guys?
Oh God, let's see.
Is that passive wisdom?
So passive would be 10 plus.
Your passive wisdom
plus your proficiency bonus if you have proficiency in insight.
14.
13.
Okay, you guys you're pretty insightful. So you can gather that there is some conflict in how to proceed amongst the men at the table. And it seems to be very much like the Navarran soldiers have their orders, and the Hayfeld soldiers don't necessarily.
Well, I noticed this, and Loerk and I have been traveling around long enough now that we kind of got a jib for each other. So I look and I know that he's kind of probably picking up on the same thing that I am. Granted, only 1 point less worth of picking it up, but still he's picking it up. and like I'll lean over and I'll give him a wink and go, I got it.
Don't worry, you're very lucky to have.
While everyone's staring at me, like waiting for me to elaborate, and he's talking and saying all this and like leaning into me, I just keep eating like nothing is happening around.
Right.
Well, you see, myself and Mr. Loerk here, we're not associated with anyone. So if we were to be wandering around in the woods and happen to see some things, well, it has absolutely no connection to the honest soldiers.
That is not the truth.
Well, wait a minute. At last I checked, you weren't part of the army. You were just big as hell.
Correct, but I served with Montauk. He is an associate.
Well, we've got an in. There it is. It's even better. I feel that we might be even able to just saunter on up into this here keep or fortress. What was it called again? Birkenards, and be able to get a good look on the inside.
When Loerk mentions that Montauk is an associate of his, there is some. How do I put it? Like, they're not reaching for their swords, but like there is a little bit of alarm among the Hayfeld soldiers. And
obviously it's obvious. Oh no, please don't be concerned about that. There's a reason he's a former associate. He didn't agree with their tactics and their bloodthirsty ways. My associate here is
Montauk
more
used to be a bloodthirsty.
But
no
still,
longer had use with me.
True, but what he's trying to say is that
please, Radik.
He doesn't agree with their methods.
Is this true, Loerk? And now it's the same Navarran soldier who's been he's been the mouthpiece. Is this true? What were the circumstances? Why did you leave the warband?
Montauk no longer had use of me.
Well, I guess that's one way of putting it.
Don't put that on your resume.
No, he's just, that's how that's what.
Yeah, he
But
might be
you-
hella good at moving trees, but it's actually not all that great at swinging a soul, you know? I don't say that, though. I don't say that. That would be too offensive to my friend. I don't want to hurt his feelings.
he had no use of you. So if you had it your way, you would be in this fort with the other Eldorans.
No, I would not attack the weak.
I see, moralistic. He's also been coming to see some of the light that is the teachings of Amon. Oh, the glorious
your teachings and everything to do with the truth.
Exactly. Thank you, sir. I appreciate you. See, what he said is that the teachings of Amon are truthful, and those people who do not should follow it.
Loerk just growls in a way that lets you know, like, when he's growling like that, you're crossing a line.
That shuts me up for like at least a half a minute.
So there is this long pause from their end of the table where you can tell they're trying to take stock of the situation. And he kind of leans over and whispers with an associate, and then you can tell they're like an exchange. And he goes, I thank you for your interest and your eagerness to help, but I must be clear. Our mission is one to stop the bleeding. We are not here to reclaim the fort. We are here to make sure that there is as little death and destruction because of it as possible. Ravanna does not have the resources. Hayfeld does not have the resources to take back this fort. And we are just trying to make do.
Then why are the refugees?
Well,
they have nowhere to go. They have fled. Their villages were too close to the fort. If they had not fled, they would be, if not dead by now, dead soon.
So
Northumbrians are raiders. Sorry, go ahead.
So Montauk sends raiders to these villages.
Oh yeah, you know that. That's common practice. Is you have like an X amount of radius that you're comfortable raiding from.
Okay.
And like they'll go out 20 miles from any secure location. So it's typically like from the edge of the woods. And now they've got a new spot where they can kind of venture out from. So everything within that 20-mile radius or whatever it is of the fort is, if you live there, you don't live there anymore. Like it's no good.
Loerk just goes back to eating for a minute.
Sure. He goes, thank you, gentlemen. By the way, my name is Jorth. If you need anything while you are here, please.
Jake, man.
Was that Dorith
right here
with
in the same spot? This should be easy.
Dorith with a D? D-O-R?
Dorith, yeah.
Jorth, my friend.
Oh, Jorith. I'm sorry, sir.
It's fine. It's fine. And with that, we're going to hop back over to the other side of things. Thank you to my players for being so patient for half of you just not being able to play for hour on
We're
end.
just enjoying the show, man.
Yeah.
Exactly.
So you guys now are a couple days into your journey.
So I feel like at this point, we've probably turned this halfling ship into like a spring break party boat.
All right, never mind. You are now 2 hours into your journey. I would like to see
Yeah, no, same thing. Yeah.
But I mean, these are, you spent a little bit of time on ships and you had like an expectation of what a sailor was going to be. And they're typically like your generic sailor, foul-mouthed and sailors. These guys are jolly as fuck. Just
that's why this is
living their best life.
We're playing music. We're all half naked. We got there's drinks all going up and down the deck.
Oh yeah.
I'm very uncomfortable.
Every one of these sailors, like, so there's like, you have your captain and you have, like your officers or whatever, like there's going to be, but like I'm talking down to the lowest man are very well dressed. The ship is like, when you walk down into the port, it was just like, there's a ship. Holy shit, look at that one. There's a ship. Like, these guys are very clearly well-to-do.
All right. Yeah, I'm feeling pretty good. Yeah, I'm just hanging out on deck because I can't go below deck because it's too fucking small.
Yeah.
My back is already killing me, and we've been here for 2 days.
And they get every time you complain about it, they're like, "Oh yeah, I have no idea what it's like to have to live by someone else's standards, and have to reach over my head to get my drink off the bar. I don't know."
But I have to say, it's very difficult. It's not as easy as you think it might be, and I know this is not a scenario that you'd understand, but
I'm in the cabin polishing my armor.
A halfling comes up and goes, tell the story of the hag again. Tell the story of the hag.
Oh, I go right into it. Yeah, I don't even say, well, before we do this, we're all going to need a pint. Who's got some ale on them?
Well, we're really more wine people. But it's
all right, wine. I'm fine with wine. I think wine is delicious. Yes, let's do it. All right.
Yeah. They tap they got a cask of wine.
Should have never left the mines.
I was promised dragons, damn it.
Yeah, I'll tell them the story. We'll sing some songs. I'll pull out the lute.
Yep. They start. They're drinking and singing, and then you see there's guys off shooting dice in the corner, and other ones are they harmonize very well together. Oh right, yeah, these guys are all right. And then they just kind of seamlessly, you notice, without saying a word or having to ask, they just kind of someone will go work for a few minutes and then come in and play, and someone else will just kind of sub out, and you have only 3 or 4 guys working at a time, but it's just they're rotating in and out with this seamlessness, and it's just transition from work to play without ever really changing the mentality. It's it's a very these are my kind of halflings. Yeah. So now, why are you all going into the up north here to Hayfield or wherever it is we're gonna fucking dock? Where are we docking? Well, we're gonna drop you in Hayfield. We live. Have you ever heard of the Half Pint Horn? No. So, then again, I've heard a very little about this place. I've been to. I was on my way to Darlem and I didn't even get there. No, that's where you left. That's right. I did make it there for a while. That's what he says. That's totally out. That was Darlem. Oh shit! It's a nice town. Yeah, I loved it. But he's like, oh, and you can see he's all oh, listen, you're gonna love it. You're gonna love it. All right, so we live up, and we're in North Erglia, and let's take. I'm gonna switch back to. Or no, yeah. Well, never mind. It's on. So let's look at the Eastern Sweep map, and if you look up in North Erglia, you see that weird little peninsula. Hold on. Thank you. Oh, this is gonna be a tough one. Oh, let's see that. This one. Hold on. I gotta go switch over here. Hold on. Let me do this. This is my deal. Yeah, Adam gets to butcher it first. If anyone, I've got to butcher the name. That's part of our. That's where we got to stay on brand. Iron Pumping God. See, I knew you could do it. Yeah. Wait, well, thank you. Iron. It took you that long to read Iron Humping God. Those are words. Pumping, pumping with a P. With a P. Oh, Iron Pumping God. I kind of hope that Iron Pumping God is weighs 130 pounds soaking wet. That would be great. But you do know one is about weights and the other is very sexual. As soon as you started talking, it dropped in viewership by 1. I'm just pointing that out. Anyway, thank you, Iron Pumping God, for watching and following Ravanna here on Wicked Studios LLC. Glad to have you. Lost my train of thought. Oh yes, so yeah. Do you see the little horn up there in North Erglia? Yeah, up at the top there. Yep. So so we're from Half Pint Horn up in North Erglia, and it wasn't always called Half Pint Horn, you see, but a generation or so ago, these Eldorans came and they took over the entire country. It was
That sounds
really
terrible.
it was for most people, but we fell back to the Horn, and these North Erglians, they're fierce. And they are merciless, but they're not that bright. So, with some clever, we'll call it negotiations by our leader, we convinced them, one, that we were not worth killing. We played the short card. It's a very useful
very
card.
clever, very clever.
There's no honor in killing a man who's 18 inches tall.
No, that's always been my motto. Yeah,
Yes. And second,
Wait a minute! Didn't you guys kill some kids in that one last
I didn't.
episode?
The kid was a teenager.
that was
He
all to
yeah,
cheat.
He
And
was
it was well established.
yeah, he was like 5'8".
Okay, all right.
Well established. I mean, they're up on YouTube. Check him out and tell me Tajit's not a maniac.
He's a yeah.
Dude he ate toenails and collected. Was it just toes? I don't even.
Yeah, I think he just ate toenails. Anyone's,
Yeah,
didn't even
like
matter.
blood, like
Anyone's toenails he was into.
Yeah, not fingernails. So he got really upset.
Okay.
Now he's dead.
That's making my stomach upset. All right.
These are the things, like,
That's haunting.
This is life in Ravanna,
Haunting.
man.
Haunting. That's gross. I don't know.
yeah. I mean, it didn't come from my imagination, but
I don't know. We all have our hobbies.
Yeah,
That's true. That's true.
yeah.
This is
All
a
right,
judge-free
so-
zone.
And then we had some very clever uses of traps, because there were, you convince them there's no honor, but they came. But you have enough men get their heads cut off by swinging axes with no men around. They gave up, especially when we made them this bargain. You see, the North Erglians are tremendous hunters. I'm sure you've heard this, right?
Sure, yeah, I've heard the tales. Yeah,
So they took over.
they'll hunt a bear, or they'll hunt you. I've heard the tales. Yes.
Exactly. But
Why are they hunting? You can't even eat a bear. Why are they hunting bear? Never mind. Let's continue with your story, please.
You have to season it right. It's a whole thing. Bear can be
Sounds
very
savage.
you gotta prepare it the right way. But anyway,
I never would have taken a halfling to be a bear eater. That's fascinating. Continue, please.
it's the juxtaposition of it all. You know, you feel very powerful eating a bear.
I can imagine, and you would need to feel powerful being so small. I get it.
Did you
Yeah.
notice that I picked up your accent while I'm talking to you?
It's
That's so weird.
It is weird.
It's not the first time it's happened to me either.
So please continue, please.
Oh, holy shit! Are you This is an Eldormar dwarf, isn't it?
Aye.
Fuck! I still got the accent. Anyway, back to my story. So these Eldorans, they're tremendous hunters, and they took over the entire northern woods. It was tremendous, really. But they just kept hunting and hunting and killing, and they had so many carcasses and skins, and there are, I don't know if you know this, but there are many valuable magical ingredients to be taken from certain animals, and they had so much more than they needed. But you know what they didn't have?
Any magic?
They didn't have any booze, and they didn't have any women.
What?
Not enough, anyway. So,
What the fuck kind of place is this?
well, don't worry, they're okay now. See, what we have done is we've worked out a nice little trade where they kill these animals because it's what they do. They love it. And they'll eat the meat, but they don't need that many furs. They don't need that many hides. They don't need eyeballs and livers and just these magical ingredients that mean nothing to them. So they give them to us. And in return, we give them booze. We bring them women. I know it's the time we live in. I'm
I
sorry.
have to say, and I never took the time to learn your name, so I'm going to call you Finn. Well, Finn,
Holy shit, my name is Finn.
I knew it. I knew it. We have a connection.
With This is a serious connection right
I
now.
feel great about you. I'm glad we took this boat. It's a little small when you're down below deck, but still, you're a lovely fellow, and these are great people. And I have to say, what an honorable group of people you are. You're trading booze for eyeballs. Incredible.
Well, not just eyeballs, but they're. I don't know why the eyes hold the most magic, but they do. They do.
Well, it's something to ponder on another day, I suppose.
That's true. But yeah, it's thank you for the story of the hag too. By the way, do you mind if I tell that one?
Oh, please.
My friends back home are really gonna love it.
Oh,
Yeah,
it was a great tale.
Myself in. You think they'd know I was lying?
No one ever knows when you're lying when you're telling a story. Of course not. You put yourself in, you make yourself the hero. That's what you do in a story, Finn.
Wait, is that what you did?
No.
I believe you. You've got an honest face. All right, so the rest of your journey goes much like that. These halflings are just delightful. When you get to Nabrick, there's no port. They don't even slow down.
They throw you off. Here you go.
It's actually kind of cool. You watch this one halfling go over, and he starts casting a spell, and he just summons this like invisible, well, not invisible, but like translucent disc that just floats on the water. And he's like, all right, and you go.
Great.
And
Yeah, I've got a sack full of like blankets and pillows with me too, by the way. I've got
Oh yeah, you're just like all like you got your backpack loaded up and you got one under an arm, another arm here, and it's been great. Yeah, so
it's been a pleasure. On your way back, please feel free to stop by, and we'll hitch a ride back.
If you're waving and hollering from the shore, and you've got gold for the journey, absolutely.
You're my kind of man.
And then, so with that, they just take this long pole and just kind of push you.
I'm immensely uncomfortable.
Yeah, you're like
I do not want to be on this.
Bjorn, is it just me, or is this just the most wonderful place? And this ship and this disc, it's all great. We're having a great time. I go to put my arm around you, and then look at the spikes, and I just slowly
over the edge or in the
back.
disc.
Kind of both.
So Bjorn just puked on you.
Oh, what the fuck? I mean, it's not a big disc. You turn the other way.
Oh, that time on the boat, the seasickness finally got him on the disc.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was just
No.
too much. And he was kind of like aimed a little bit to the right side of the disc, but his instinct told him to puke off the left side of the disc, so he just kind of sprays right across you.
I'm just taking shit off. I'm taking these clothes and I'm throwing them into the sea.
So you're gonna come to shore naked.
Yeah, I might wrap myself in one of my blankets.
Okay.
As you do, I can only assume you say, Alistair's clothes forever unclean.
Yeah. I won't go into it.
All right, so
We'll
you guys,
talk about that later, about the show.
as puke-ridden as
I'll
it
tell
was.
it now. I'm friends with one of the guys in the show, Steve Resinizzi.
No shit.
Yeah, I went to high school with his wife, Tracy.
That's awesome.
Which show?
one is?
He was the guy who was married to the brunette.
Kevin?
Yeah, it's
Kevin. Yeah, that's
Oh,
it.
no shit.
Brian.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Adam. I wasn't paying attention at all. What show are we talking about?
Oh, the League.
The League.
Oh, the League. There you go. All right. Well,
The League that's a good show.
It is a great show, yeah.
The thing I like about it is, it takes a lot of shows like a little while to kind of get into their groove. You can watch the pilot of that episode and season 4, and they had that chemistry from like minute 1.
Yeah.
It would just bam. But with that, second break of the evening, because my bladder filled up. That's how
During that conversation.
and that's the meter. So now if you want to time something else, everyone at home, we can see how long it takes for the bladder to fill on turn.
I gotta say, I love having this control, because otherwise I'm sitting here and I'm like, come on, Will, come on.
Go to the fucking break. All right, well, we're going to take a break.
All right.
We'll be
Another
right
130 seconds, 165 for Will.
There you go. Yeah.
for the danger zone.
And on that note, we're back.
Danger zone. Sorry.
Danger zone. Da, 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 da. Danger zone. Danger zone.
We're just gonna keep doing this,
No.
guys. This is it. This is it till the end of the stream. It's just
Yeah, no, that was all the material I had prepared. It's
So now
Danger
just-
zone in the round.
Yeah.
what melody can you put it to? I went with Staying Alive personally. That's
Yeah,
Ooh.
you
Staying
did
Alive,
dip
Danger
into.
Zone.
Yeah, they're very similar.
Ah,
Actually.
I love Staying Alive. Let's do that one instead.
All right.
Yeah, Frank Creed,
So,
5e karaoke. There you go.
Yeah, there it is.
So, Alistair, as you're puked on and changing your clothes, and you can't help but notice how, like, you're standing on this magical little force field, which
Right.
is
It's
super
cool.
not common.
It's really cool.
But then the way they bring you to shore is they just poke you with a long stick. It's just
I know.
like
Yeah, so I look
very
back at.
high-tech.
So once it takes me a while to figure this out because I'm so fucking pissed off that Bjorn just puked on me. And then so now I'm just sitting there, wrapped in one of my velour blankets that I purchased, and I turn around and I'm thinking, all right, I'm gonna enjoy the ride, and then I see they're poking me with a stick, and I'm thinking, some fucking magic. This is
Right.
I'm still growing up.
It would be like, Jake's like now hands and knees just over the side. It's just too much.
And I just turn to him, I say, if you puke on me, I only have 6 blankets. If you puke on me again, I'm kicking you off the fucking magical floaty thing here.
Let's see if dwarves swim.
Yeah, in your spiky armor, you're gonna drop like a stone.
Would it be like the equivalent of like stepping in, like getting into someone's like brand new Tesla, and then they start it with a screwdriver?
Oh, that's awesome.
Good work.
Is this
I just picked this.
Steal it.
I can totally see this. I just picked this baby up last week.
Yeah, no.
Right.
There's 2 guys behind them pushing it.
Yeah.
Despite the primitive nature of the stick, you were like a little concerned because you were like, okay, that's an A brick. They pointed out, you're like, there's no dock. Like, how the fuck am I getting on? And then just them being able to like usher you to shore without having to send out a side boat or like you didn't get wet. It's just like, oh shit, like just a drive-by drop-off. That is pretty slick. And with just a little bit of puke and only a couple like sore ribs from being poked with the stick, you end up on the shore of Nabrick.
I gotta say, the first part of this journey was much better than the last.
Yeah. They're not much for the drop off. It would have they would have had to set anchor. Would have taken a couple hours. They'll just poke you with a stick.
That's quite the setup that they have for smuggling, though, huh?
Right? Yeah. Farming.
But yeah, so you guys, I'm not going to give you the exact same description, but you find Nabrick in a similar state to how Radik and Loerk found it. Just a
What
day.
time of day is it? What time of day is it?
Mid-morning. And this would be, so the way the timelines lapse up is this is the next day after you guys arrived.
Okay. Now we see signs of life from where we're dropped off here on the shore?
Oh yeah, people are. It's
here's-
much with maybe a little bit less distress from how I described it to the other two. It's much the same. People are bustling around. They're trying to build shelters, and there's lots of work to be done.
It's so you say it's not morning though, right? It's what?
Like mid morning. So you're like
Okay. Well, they might catch Radik because in the morning is one of his times that he does he has two basic like prayer ceremonies that he does. There's the greeting of the morning sun and the saying goodnight of the sun. So he would have maybe gone down to the beach, get away from a little bit of the crowd and whatnot, and did the whole well wait a minute.
I would have just walked right by him without even noticing.
With the map.
Yeah.
Okay, so
that,
I think
that would be convenient, but it's not 6 a.m. It's like,
well, aside from that too, if I was down at the ocean, I'd be facing the wrong way anyway.
Anyway,
I face the morning sun, so I'm assuming
You don't know where the sun rises.
That's what I was going to ask.
There's actually 4 suns rising in each direction.
Oh God!
but it is the same.
Yeah.
Sun may rise in the east.
Overhead.
Yeah. Hello, welcome to Dark Sun.
Yeah. But so you arrive. People are working. There, you're in Nabrick.
I will perform the morning ceremony for anybody who wishes to attend, though. By the way,
No, not today.
no, I'm not saying. No. I know you're a heathen. That's okay. I'm talking about.
Yeah, give me a charisma check. Just a flat charisma.
All right, let's see what we got
I
here.
will.
Yeah.
Did it do it? No, it didn't.
There you
17.
go. 17's pretty good.
damn.
Let's try this again. You have attracted 6 followers. People who are inclined enough to come see what you're about. Yeah.
Excellent.
You're looking for the roll.
I don't know. I'm looking for Zoom.
Loerk wanders off and he actually mumbles something about the desperate as he.
Yeah, you're not wrong. Like if everything was fine in their world, they would probably not be following Radik right now.
I do expect Loerk to not necessarily participate in the morning prayer, but at least stand close by, arms crossed, grumbling and growling under his breath while he watched.
You know what? That's a very good question. So, Loerk, you have spent enough time with Radik to know that if you don't do this, you're going to hear about it for a while. Have you given in and just like...
But pretty much exactly like he described. That's.
I was going to say, though, in his defense, if he does, he still hears about it, but in a different way.
You know, in that light, I definitely just wander off and immediately start working because I know it's going to happen one way or the other.
Yeah, because if you don't, then I'll be like, you really should have came down for the morning prayer. If he does, it's such a good thing that you
If I
came
don't
down
do it
for the morning
today,
prayer.
at least it's different for me than every other day.
Right?
Just waiting for the moment when Loerk just grabs him and shakes him. He's like, "Your God is not my God."
That's all right. It doesn't have to be your God, but wouldn't it be nice for you to just stay here so that I could let you be a part of what I feel is important for us and as a community?
As you said,
that did go down.
I'm assuming like you would try to convince me to stay like that or whatever.
Oh yeah, of course.
And I actually just stare at you like placidly throughout and just, I'm gonna go pound sticks into the ground.
We pray all in our own different ways, son. I understand. I just want every time you take a swing at that stick, just imagine the head of
And
the
Loerk's
sun.
already walking.
Yeah, he's totally gone.
Yeah,
But I finished my description to no one.
Yeah. Like he said, I'm gonna go pound sticks, and like he had just turned on a heel and started walking.
And Radik is wondering, like, when am I going to catch on that when he says he's going to do something, he means like right now?
No, he catches on, but once he starts, he has to finish.
You know what? I'm the same way. My wife's like, "I know you told me that already." I'd be like, "But I started."
Yeah. We're going to see this all the way through.
That's right.
All right. So, so that was, early this morning. You've been at work for 4 hours now. And you even if you didn't notice, enough people would notice where it's like, holy, there's these 2 dudes just.
Yeah. There's a dwarf with spiked armor and then a human dressed in a velour blanket and boots.
At first, what it looks like to them is 2 guys just walking across the top of the water and like, holy shit. And then one of them starts puking on his hands and knees, but continues to just float across the top of the water. So there is, like, I wouldn't say a crowd gathered, but a good majority of people have stopped and like, you've drawn some attention.
I'm still thrown up.
Yeah.
Why did I
Alright.
big breakfast?
Yeah, so when we get to the shore, I just look at Bjorn and just give him a I'm really disappointed in you look.
I look him right in the eye. I have to puke from my beard. And go, there aren't boats underground.
You were, for 2 weeks, you were fine on the boat.
It's not magic.
All right, anyway, let's see if we could find a place where we could clean up. Maybe find some new clothes. I mean, I have another set, but I'm a little bit concerned about putting it on. And then let's see if we can find some of these fellas that we're supposed to be looking for.
All right.
And yeah, as you come up, just a generic soldier will approach and be like, "Hello, friend. Can we help you? You've arrived in a most unusual manner."
In the background, you see like an 8-foot tall dude carrying a tree. Just walk by.
And I look at him.
But he's followed by a priest with a twig.
Yeah.
And he's like the only one who's not paying you any attention either.
Yeah. So I say, well, yeah, you know, there's different ways of coming and going, of course, and this was our way. Now, out of curiosity, the man behind you there carrying the giant log, his name isn't the Merciful, is it?
I think his name is Martin.
Martin?
No, I have no idea. I had no idea where the fuck that. But look at him carry that tree, right?
Is there a place where I could maybe buy some new clothes? I don't normally walk around in a blanket like this, but my partner over here, unfortunately, is not used to flying on magical, what would you call it? Magical floating things.
Yeah, that's what you would call it.
I believe it's called the disc. It was founded by Tensor.
Wow, you're very knowledgeable about magic there.
Well, you know, I dabble. It's...
Very interesting. I'm sorry, what's your name?
Oh, me? I am Rogerta.
Anyway.
My mother wanted a girl. I'd rather not discuss it.
I'll never remember it. Can you please point us in the direction of a shop?
Right. So, as you can see, the town is, we'll say, over capacity. The shop is right down this way, but I don't know what they're going to have left.
Well, that's a shame, because we're here on a special important mission, and we require some certain amenities that will help us in our journey.
Well, what's your mission?
It's sacred.
That's funny. I am also here on a mission.
I immediately ask, what's his name? Jorka? Jorf. Where's Jorf? Is Jorf here?
Holy shit! You're not Bjorn. And he kind of looks you up, and that's like, you can tell that, like, he's like, oh, there's a dwarf. He just assumed it was a Bjorn dwarf. For those watching, a little bit of exposition. So there are two big cultures of dwarves in Ravanna. There are the Eldermar dwarves, which are very up northeast, just badass, goblin-killing, legendary motherfuckers. Then there are the Dolburum dwarves. We can see a Dolburum on our map of the Eastern Sweep. Right to the, I don't know what you call it, the east.
Mountains.
Yeah, right in the mountains. The Dolburum dwarves, not quite so prestigious. We'll say a mixed reputation, mixed bag. They're kind of dicks. And that's far. We'll get into it for now. But so once Bjorn speaks, there's He can tell. There's just the spiked armor and the way he's dressed and just the general appearance. He goes, "You're not Bjorn, are you? Are you Eldermar?"
No, I'm from Navarra. Yes, I'm Eldermar.
Burn.
And he bows very low. He goes, "Sir, it is an honor. If there is anything you need," he said, "Jorth, right this way, please.
I said,
please,
well,
right this way."
My name is Alistair Grant. Perhaps you've heard of me, and I killed a fucking hag at a festival down near Dorleman, and
He's my scald.
Your butler, like, hey, boy, fetch us some drinks.
I just walk off. Wrapped in my blanket, carrying my bag of pillows.
You were up here like 3 days ago. How quickly the tides turn. And he says, I'm Rogerta, by the way. It's
a girl's name, I say.
Yes, of course. And he brings you right to George. George, sir, we have a dwarf, an Eldermar dwarf, sir. And Dwarf turns and, well, I'll be damned. First the half giant, and now this.
In the background, the Goliath walking back the other way.
It's so comical. Like, there's this little thing going on, and just constantly in the background, and just like, and every time it gets bigger. Like it's a tree, and it's a bigger tree. It's like a portion of someone's house.
And Radik is always there with me, always.
He's just a couple of paces behind, whistling.
Love it.
Is that the Merciful? His name?
I believe his name is Radik.
He's talking about the giant bloke over there carrying the tree.
Metagame. Why would you think that? You see this giant motherfucker, like, oh yeah, that
because we're looking for a Goliath.
Oh shit! I did say it was a Goliath.
It's the only Goliath around.
You're right. You're absolutely right.
Wow, busting his balls for metagaming.
Yeah, no,
it's the only thing you told us about him was that he was a Goliath.
So we should get used to that because my memory is.
Yeah, there you go.
We'll call it a misprint.
Oh, that's pretty good.
Yeah, I did. All right, no, that's he only knows him as Loerk. He never said, so he's like, and he's like, the other guy's a priest. He's like, I believe his name is Radik.
No, I think it went down exactly how you said. You mean Radik.
Yeah, no, that does, it tracks, even with my forgetting.
Either way, I'm here from the guild. They said they worked with you.
We're here on a sacred mission, and I'm looking very sullen in my.
Oh, so you've come back now?
Yeah, I'm standing actually on the other side of him, just wrapped in my blanket.
Started to walk off, and you're like, I came back.
I picture him standing behind the dude.
Yeah, that's where I'm standing behind Jorith.
So you're from the guild, and he kind of looks specifically at your chest, and he goes, "You don't bear the mark." And Alistair, you would know that when you are officially inducted, you pass your trials, you're in the guild, they bestow you with the mark of the guild, which is this arcane sort of tattoo that goes on your chest, your pack, whatever you want to call it. And with the you can control it. You can make it disappear. You can make it show up on your skin. You can make it show up through whatever you're wearing.
We don't have those yet,
it is impossible to duplicate.
I'm immediately massively uncomfortable with him staring at my chest.
All right.
But I'm disappointed he's not staring at mine.
Yeah. We've all got our hang-ups.
Why does he get all the attention?
Don't you see how much time I put on all this?
Yeah.
It's a blanket.
So
The grubby vomit-covered dwarf.
oh yeah, that's right. Oh. But yeah, so he looks you both over. You don't bear the mark of the guild.
Apprentices.
Of course. Well, what can I do for you, gentlemen?
Something about a vault.
We need to get inside of somebody's fort. Berkner's fort.
Thank you for taking notes. Inspiration to Adam.
Yeah, baby.
I've said Berkner's Fort like 5
But
times.
you didn't write it down. I did.
No, yeah, but you called it Barkener's Sport.
That's my
But he's
character.
in Will's
That's
defense,
my
he has
character.
never
Will
called
knows
anybody
everything.
by the right name.
Yeah.
When it was Radik, he mispronounced it. When it was Will, he pronounced it.
I've got his all marked on my character sheet, Jairus.
Fucking inspiration all around.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Thank you, Adam.
Whining will get
My
you
pleasure, guys. So our mission, which we've chose to accept, has been to. By the way, Mission Impossible: Fallout was one of the best movies ever made.
Really?
Oh my
Watch it.
God,
It was
really?
brilliant. It was.
I really like the Mission Impossibles. I haven't gotten around to that one yet.
Even with Tom Cruise.
First of all, I'm not going to get into this
you
now,
for
but
saying
Tom
that.
Cruise is fucking awesome.
Tom Cruise is a fucking monster of a
He
man.
is great. I don't care about his weird Scientology bullshit. I don't want to hang out with him on the weekends, but I want to watch a movie where he's jumping out of planes and he's running all sorts of places. And
You know what? I might hang out with him on the weekend just to see what he does.
that's true. It might be fucking weird, man. Who knows? It would be
The
interesting.
problem. Okay, all right, we got to interrupt the game. The problem I have with Tom Cruise is not his acting. It's the fact that he's got this short complex instead of embracing his shortness.
He stands on an
He's
apple
got to
box.
wear all these heels.
Yeah.
He's got the.
All right, so
I don't know.
one, that is probably not so much him as it is Hollywood because
It's probably him. It's probably
It's
him.
probably him. Yeah, because he hides his shoes even.
Yeah.
Prince was all like, "Look at my heel," you know.
Prince wasn't trying to act. You can be a short singer. You can't be a short
Yeah.
actor. Not an action star anyway.
No.
But there are two reasons why Tom Cruise would be a fucking blast to hang out with. And one is that dude does not shy away from a challenge. Like he does all his own stunts. It's just like, oh yeah, go do this and crazy thing. And he's like,
He
yup, let's
broke
do it.
his foot jumping from one building to another in Mission Impossible Fallout. Gets up and keeps running, so he's out of the shot. Like he doesn't. He didn't want to, and they kept that in the movie. Like you can see the whole thing.
He doesn't do drugs. Let's throw that out there. He did that while not on any drugs.
Yeah, he just jumped. Yeah, it
So
just
the
kept
second
running.
and the more important thing is he is super fucking positive. Which like that's the whole thing for me. If you got a positive mentality, we can hang out.
There you go.
So when he was doing Edge of Tomorrow with Emily Blunt, she's talking about how they're like, you know that scene where they're doing the drop pod thing? So they're in their mech suits and they're hanging and then they get dropped. If you haven't seen it, you really fucking should because it's awesome. But anyway, so they're filming like all of those scenes throughout the movie in one day. You do like your day of filming when you're in this set. So they really are hanging there in these mech suits for like 12 hours at a time and it's super uncomfortable. And Emily Blunt's just like bitching about it. And Tom's like, well, yeah, it is a challenge. You know, it's a roadblock put in our way, but we can power through. It took her like 12 hours to get him to admit that it sucks. He's like, oh, shut up, Tom. It fucking sucks. He's like, okay, it sucks. 12 hours of being uncomfortable and miserable and having someone goad you before you finally break your positivity. That's some next level shit.
Yeah, he's got an incredible ability to embrace denial.
Yeah, well,
And,
yes, that's in many
like,
facets of his
challenge.
life. Yes.
Like this is this unpleasant thing put in front of me. You know what that is? A challenge. All about perspective. Huge fan of Tom Cruise. Let's get back to the game.
Yes, and thank you for turning into my Hollywood crush.
Untrue. My Hollywood crush is Jake Gyllenhaal. I fucking love Jake Gyllenhaal.
Oh, I would take Tom Cruise over Jake Gyllenhaal any day. Yeah.
Yeah, I got to go with that too because Tom's got the experience on him. You know what I mean? He's the kind of guy who's not going to do something just crazy because he's young and hasn't done it. He's been there. He knows how to chill.
Yeah, but Tom Cruise isn't really an actor. I'm a fan, but he's not an actor per se where he has this range and he can make me feel.
No, it's just Tom Cruise doing different things in different scenarios.
Exactly. And that's cool. Like, I'm totally cool with that. Vince
it's entertaining to watch.
Vince Vaughn is the same thing in every movie, but he's so charismatic. I'll watch it. It works.
Well, you look at Humphrey Bogart. Humphrey Bogart made a career of being Humphrey Bogart.
Right. But that's like, I wouldn't call that an actor. Like, you have your actors who can.
Hey, everybody in chat, type in who you think's your favorite Hollywood actor who can't act.
Ooh, that's a good one.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Let's go.
So now we're.
All right. So yeah, back to the game. That was our tangent. Where did we leave off? Jorif was talking.
Yeah, we're talking to Jorif. We're saying. So we need to get Van Damme. I'm not a Van Damme fan, Frank Creed.
Oh, fuck you, dude. Van Damme kicks ass.
It was the scene with the splits that got.
All right, we got no more.
Yeah, no more. We can continue the conversation, but only in chat.
Yeah, well, continue it in chat. So I say, well, we're here on a mission. We need to get Barkner's notes.
Ooh, you're a little late. Berkner's fort has fallen.
Yes, we understand. We're going in.
Well, would you look at the balls on the guy in the blanket?
And then I adjust my blanket because I'm not sure if it's actually.
I'm laughing just as hard as Bjorn.
Once you adjust, he's laughing. He starts laughing Bjorn too. He's like, "Well, you're with him?"
Yeah, he's my skull.
We're partners.
Well, then I will help you however I can.
Thank you. I'm ignoring the fact that he's much more deferential to the fucking dwarf who puked on my goddamn expensive clothes.
Maybe you should come from a legendary race of people and no one will care about that shit.
Yeah, it's called.
What I love about this is that
we're gonna.
Alistair would have walked in here looking like a nobleman if it wasn't for that whole situation.
Yeah. Yeah.
Although it probably wouldn't have made a difference.
No.
This guy's a soldier. It's real, recognize real. But anyway, so he like immediately snaps his fingers, and you see like his squire comes. He's like, "Find me the merciful." And the guy's just like, just as confused as Jorf was when you said it to him. But now it's his problem.
I just immediately walked up to Goliath.
And that's
the two of us just point at the giant Goliath because it's the only Goliath around.
Oh, yeah. Now, you guys know for sure, but just for a second, put yourself in the mind of this poor fucking guy. Your boss calls you over and says, "Find me the merciful," and you're not allowed to ask any questions or acknowledge that that's a very unreasonable.
I want to see who he comes back with.
And he's just like,
"It's an old woman."
This is a test. I am the most merciful.
And so he just starts wandering off, going, "Mercy, mercy."
Because somebody comes over, grabs his hands, twists it.
I forgot about that game.
Me too, until just now. I've never lost a game of Mercy.
I didn't think you could win a game of Mercy.
Well, yeah, when you yell Mercy, you lose.
I don't know how, anyway.
There's all losers in Mercy. No matter how you play.
I bet Tom Cruise is great at Mercy.
For the cigarette game. You guys ever played the cigarette game?
No.
I sucked at that one too. It's where you put your forearms together, like.
Oh yeah, with the lid.
And then you put a cigarette in between and see who flinches.
I would probably flinch immediately. That sounds terrible.
See, no scars. No scars on these forearms. I didn't get burned.
So,
well, a few track marks, but no.
Those are a different story altogether.
So does
Friday night D&D, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, not right away. He fumbles around for like probably 10 minutes first, but then he just like he doesn't know what to do.
So Loerk starts walking by again with another log.
Radik's behind him with a couple of branches.
And he hears mercy, mercy, and he just kind of turns around, looks directly at the man, and just goes, "What?"
I thought we agreed that you've left that part of your life behind you, and you weren't going to go down that road anymore.
The merciful part.
You, the priest, is trying to convince this guy to leave mercy. Again, please explain to me the difference between priest and cultist.
No, you see, you don't understand. The reason for the nickname of Mercy was a joke because they would show no mercy.
That is not remotely true.
Oh, I thought it was. Did I interpret that wrong?
Yeah, it's actually. Oh well.
Did you read the Facebook chat wrong? That's probably what happened.
It's all good.
All right, so and you can see there's like this moment of just like, holy shit, did that work?
Thank God.
It's like you're in like a 3-hour car ride and you ask your parents, "Are we there yet?" And they're like, "Yeah." And you're like, "Get the fuck out." Are you the merciful one?
I guess.
Now he's suddenly thinking, is this really the guy?
Right.
Well, he's not often called the merciful one.
Right, that's like lost in translation.
Oh yeah, just to him, he's just like.
Yeah. And you can see him kind of wait, like it's exactly what Adam said. There's like that little bit of doubt, like, oh shit, is this the guy? And then he's weighing the options between like I either risk bringing to my boss and he's not the right one, or I have to go back to just walking around yelling mercy. He's like, yeah, I'm gonna take my chances. Like, come with me.
I'm a priest of Armand, and I can assure you that his nickname is Mercy.
Okay, you can. You can come too. You see it, you're merciful, right?
Well, of course I'm going to come. I go where Loerk goes. It's a combination deal. It would take too long to explain.
Well, all this is.
I don't need your life story, man.
Well, that's all going on.
For mercy, not your backstory.
Loerk is kind of just like he kind of sighs and he's like looking around, and then he finds a safe spot and just hefts the log.
This whole time they're talking like I could be working right now.
Right? He's just trying to find a safe spot to put it, so he puts it down and like he just kind of like one of those things like you're carrying a load of fire when you just toss it.
Yeah,
it's like that except with a tree, and it hits the ground and just there's that boom boom boom, and like you feel it throughout your whole body.
And it's one of those things where like you've done it a few times, so it's like if so me for example. I have a couple of loose shutters, and the wind will catch them and just slam them against my house. And it's been going on for 6 months because I'm too lazy to deal with it. But so like I know when that sound is like, oh, it's just the shutter slamming against the house, but I'm like, oh shit, what the fuck is that? So like that's exactly what it is. These people have heard the thump, thump, thump a few times, but it's still like, oh, okay, no, it's just that big motherfucker carrying trees. It's okay. And so he leads you over to his boss, and it's like, Sir Jorf, I believe I have found mercy. And he looks at you, he's like, thought your name was Loerk.
My name is I say it. Both are my names.
Oh, okay. That's okay. My wife calls me. People have more than one name. It's fine.
It's called a nickname, sir.
Thank you, Radish.
Your attempts to insult me do nothing, sir, for I am ever standing in the light shed by Armand to give me the power to deal with the individuals such as yourself. And this will go on for a while. So
yeah, I just say
start walking away.
He's just like, is this a very trying time for you? Someone gave you a nickname that is slightly below your standard. You need the
It has nothing to do with nicknames. It has to do with foul attempts at humor to belittle me, which I am far above.
Gentlemen, please. Now I'm falling into Radik's. Gentlemen, please, I implore you.
I say.
Well, I say.
This poor individual here has no clothes. What are you doing standing around? Get this man something to wear.
Would Loerk be familiar with the kind of dwarf that Jake is?
Absolutely.
That's what I thought. So
more so than anybody else.
Yeah, Loerk actually he's completely ignoring all of the weirdness going on around him, and he's staring at the dwarf. And then he actually how tall is your dwarf, Jake?
4'10".
Yeah, almost twice your height. And out of respect, he actually drops to his knees and bows too.
I nod and gesture for you to get up and go, "Your mercy."
Yes. As he rises.
I'm Alistair Grant. Perhaps you've heard of me too.
Mercy show that much respect to anything.
I'm sorry. Is this nobility? You're a dwarf.
He's the last bastion between you and darkness.
I beg your pardon. Amon is my last bastion. God is ever guiding for me.
So,
I'd like to think that I'm a part of this as well. I mean, I've got to...
So, when you speak,
this man here is wearing a blanket.
Puts his hand on your shoulder in a serious way. He's been a kind of light guy up to this point, but he puts his hand. You can tell, he's serious, sir. I would advise you to watch your tongue.
Well, of course, I'm assuming this is someone of needs reverence.
If you are unfamiliar with the dwarves of Eldormar,
and actually, Radik is very stickish. He is very ignorant to the ways of the world. He spent the majority of his life making shoes.
If you are ignorant to the dwarves of Eldormar, I would advise you educate yourself.
Well, educate me, sir. I am an open book waiting to be written in. Hello, sir. My name is Brother Radik. I am a priest and apostle of Amon, the sun above. And you are, sir?
Bjorn Twice Crusher. The only thing above is Valhalla.
Is that the dwarven word for the sun? Valhalla shall rise every morning.
This is what happens. I just ignore it. Turn to Loerk and go, "Your mercy, correct?"
Yes.
You're going to help us take a fort.
I don't know if we're going to quite take the fort. Well, all we need is the documents within.
We take it, you take the documents.
So far, I like this plan. Yeah.
I was kind of hoping that someone would want to go to the fort because, there's been some things happening up there just don't sit right with me, like brutal killings, slavery. I mean, things that just don't need to be happening.
Brutal killings, regular killings, wild killings.
Exactly.
It's a wide variety of killings.
Or just kind of grins. He just grins wide, and his teeth are all blockish and like big stones. It's about time.
I'm thinking about offering him a toothbrush, but he's really big.
Oh no, they're clean.
Yeah.
They're clean. They're just big ugly teeth.
Yeah. Jaywalking is another crime that's happening up in.
Well, as the two northern boys are showing each other love, Brother Radik's going to walk over to Alistair and go, "Well, I'm sure that you've got some sort of just delightful story behind why you are, well, you're naked. I mean, you do have a blanket on you, sir, but you're not wearing clothes. Are you with? I take it, Bjorn. I think he said his name was. Is that right, sir?
He fucking puked on me.
Puked on you.
I could really use a new set of clothes. So if there's a place where I could go to buy some, I would really appreciate it.
I completely understand. Hold on a second. Let me do something to help you for your decency. And Radik will take his cloak off and he'll throw it over your shoulders.
What kind of cloak is this?
It's a half cloak.
I'm talking about quality.
Sir, this is a mighty fine cloak, but we'll get you some trousers forthwith.
So it is worth mentioning at this point for the viewers, remind yourselves that Alistair has a spare set of clothes. He's just not sure if this is the opportune time.
They're really nice clothes.
Better to stay in a blanket.
Exactly. Like you're in a blanket meeting 100 new people for the first time. It's like, I might need these more later.
Yeah.
So basically, he looks and goes, "Yeah, none of these guys I need to impress." So,
right.
So, but before we do this, and I say, I appreciate the offer, but you can keep the cloak. It's not. I'm thinking it's not nearly as nice as my blanket. I mean, it's red and shiny. It feels good.
It's my cloak is orange, as are all of my robes.
Yeah, orange and red clash. That's not going to work. So I say, while we're all making these pleasant introductions, do you know where Markham is by any chance?
After a minute, Jorf is like, "I'm sorry, that name means nothing."
Well, it's Barkner's apprentice.
Really? I would imagine he is dead. I have not heard otherwise.
He might yet live in that keep.
I feel like he's around here somewhere, and I think we'll find him hiding somewhere. That's not saying that he's within the camp. I don't disbelieve what you're telling me here, but I have it on good authority that he could help us.
What the fuck was that? Sorry. Did you hear that too? I think one of my daughters just went, "Woo!"
Yeah! Let's look for Markham! Woo!
They are far away and asleep, but I still just heard, "Woo!" Either that or my ghost likes to party.
Yeah, man.
Party ghost.
Right. I think if I ever encountered a ghost, I would most likely die because I would just assume that they're okay.
Yeah,
like if you die, you get left behind. Why does that all of a sudden make you evil? I'd be like, you're just somebody with unfinished business. We're cool. And they devour me or something. I don't know. Anyway,
well, you know what? That's a good way to die.
Yeah, it's a hell of a story. Anyway.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Speaking of hell of stories, has Alistair's story made it up north at all? Like the one where he keeps telling about the hag and stuff?
You know what? That's a very good question. Alistair, make a persuasion roll.
All right.
See how great you tell this story.
No. Damn, one of them was good.
14.
No, it has not made its way up north. I mean, maybe a little bit north.
It'll start now, motherfuckers.
Like maybe east. But all right, so yeah, you're looking for Markham. Jorah hasn't heard anything about it, but if he does, he'll absolutely let you know. And
is there a place we could go and settle down after our long trip? Perhaps find some fucking clothes. And I look over at Bjorn.
Yes, we will see that you are situated. And he snaps his fingers again, and his man reappears, and he goes, find these men a place to stay, and for God's sake, get this man some clothes. I will. I've got some work to tend to.
Wow, the ghost
It was
is really.
empty. It's okay. Well, so Jake is on my right, so I have to be extra. You guys can't see it, but off camera, this hand very animated. All on my left side. I can't help it. Yeah, for fuck's sake, get this man some clothes.
And I have a feeling that you need to make sure that those clothes are sturdy and good for travel.
Just clothes.
I'm interested in some nice clothes, but I'll see what we have here and what we have to work with.
He just gives you a look like, look around. Where the fuck do you think you are? This is a small town at 4 times capacity in East Bumfuck. Like you are in East Bumfuck. West Bumfuck, I guess.
And there's got to be something good somewhere.
Yeah. Yeah.
If I have to buy the clothes off of somebody's back, I will.
You know what?
do it.
I'm sure there are. There are probably some very nice clothes in your bag right now.
There are, but again, those are the real nice stuff.
How much of the 100 gold working, balance are you going to spend on getting a nice set of clothes?
It depends on the clothes.
All right.
I also still, by the way, never gave Quigglesmith back his money, so I've got his money as well.
You dick.
Now he's
oh shit! You have no idea what happened to Quigglesmith. He,
Nope. I didn't check.
I mean, I do, but that's because I'm God in this world.
Yeah, I didn't check. He was
Like
he was my
anybody
ride.
Literally anyone else from that party would have checked up on Quigglesmith.
Yeah, anybody else. They're all dead though, so what can you do?
Yeah. Poor Quigglesmith. He was such a nice guy. No love for the half guy. All right, so he gets his man to tend to you, and he says, "I have some things to oversee, but I will check in with you tonight. I'll aid you in any way I can."
This is
all by leaving my post.
This is still the morning.
Yeah, it's by say noonish by now.
So your name is Mercy, is it?
Yes.
Well,
Interesting
it's
name.
actually a nickname. It's not really his full name. His real name's Loerk. Oh, and what's your last name again? I always get it so mixed up.
Holokai.
Yeah, that's it. So, it's just something that his associates used to call him Mercy.
And your name is not Markham, is it?
Me? No.
And then I turn around and I say, look at Mercy.
That's all right. He keeps talking. I'm Brother Radik.
I'm sorry you're not on the list.
Yes. I got 3 names. I found 2. Radik wasn't one of them. There must be an interesting tale about how someone like yourself is named Mercy. I mean, you look like you're a keen fighter.
I killed the man who was attempting a rape.
And they called you Mercy for that.
I did not allow him to rape.
Oh, so the Mercy was for the victims.
Man. Oh, well, so, and he turns to Bjorn. Obviously, you're the one who does much of the thinking around here. So, we're going to this fort, right?
What?
I'd recommend finding Markham first, but we are going to the fort, yes. And your name is Brother Radish, is that right? Like that guy, God damn it, I've turned into your accent again.
You see, I am contagious. I'm sorry, sir, but I refuse to acknowledge your attempts to insult me.
That wasn't.
Yes, we will be going to this fort.
His name is Brother Radik.
Ick.
Ick.
Got it.
You called him Radish. It's not the truth.
Exactly. And he just complacent. Just Brother Radik.
Right. You know what my favorite part about picking up other people's accents is? I can't really do accents. You're like, Jairus, do an Irish accent right now. I'm like, I don't really know how to do that. If I accidentally pick up Alistair's, then all of a sudden I can do an Irish accent. Fun stuff.
I'd look over Radik and go, "You don't carry weapons, but you go to the fort?"
Well, sir, obviously you've not really been around enough to notice. And he'll like turn around, put his arms out, and he goes, I am dressed, I am draped, I am clothed in the vestments of a priest of Ammon. I am a servant of the holy sun itself, which spreads light upon all that you see. And I've got a dagger.
He has his uses.
I'm fairly certain that he was talking to the big bloke over there.
I was talking to him, the dwarf, the royalty man right here.
I don't know if I go so far as to call him royalty. I mean, he's a disc puker, as far as I'm concerned.
Well, even the most mighty of men can find themselves in humble situations. I understand, Bjorn. I've been there myself.
I killed a fucking hag by myself.
Sir, I don't think you should be bragging about killing an old woman. That is not very heroic. Now, I'm sure that this old woman was doing something wrong by you.
Well, there we were at the festival.
So she cut in line or something. And I
was an evil magic user. She brought the dead to life, she did.
Yeah.
So, Radik, this won't mean anything to you. Actually, both of you give me well, you've already said you didn't know. So, Loerk, give me a history check.
I have some.
You will have heard of a hag. And if this guy is telling the truth, that's a formidable foe.
Should I roll an insight?
Yeah.
Yeah. History to know what he's talking about. Insight to believe his claim.
What are you looking for?
16.
Yeah, you think he's telling the truth, and I always go there instead of assume. Yeah, so you believe him, and you don't know a lot about hags, but you know they are dark and evil as fuck, and like powerful magic. So,
and this naked dude carrying a bag of pillows killed one.
Yeah, like you'd be like if you met someone in real life, and they'd be like, "Yeah, I knocked out Chocolate L in a bar fight." And you're like, "Wait, what? Where?" Like,
and I'm just like, Radik, he did not kill an old woman. He killed he vanquished a great evil. And then I just
I
don't let it. I don't even wait for him to start. Like I don't listen. I just walk off and start getting ready for the journey tomorrow.
Oh yeah, and I hurry. I grab my blankets around me and hurry after him because this guy knows what's what.
And like now that the squire is like, my lord, no, it's this way. Please, can I get you some clothes? And
so it's a troop of people walking, and then coming up in the rear is Radik going, well, a hag can mean so many different things.
I'm sorry I keep interrupting you, by the way. It's perfect.
No, that's exactly what you're supposed to do.
I'm sorry I keep interrupting you. You just never shut up.
That's how that's supposed to work.
I'm terrible at it myself. I think I just got a little southern.
You did. You got the accent.
Yeah.
I don't know how to do a southern accent.
That's right.
All right. So with that, we'll say, Alistair, you are able to find mediocre clothes at best.
Right.
How long do you spend? Like, so he shows you one.
I spend some time.
All right. Well, in that case, give me just a flat luck D20 roll.
D20. 15.
15. You are not able to find anything in the shop. It's very picked over, aside from like common clothes. Mm-hmm. You find one person who has semi-decent clothes. They're like worn and maybe a little torn and she'll wear, but they were, when they were made, decent clothes and roughly your size. But he wants... Oop, that's a double slash. That can work. Here we go. Can you roll a d30? Let's find out. You can. He wants 13 gold for them.
I'll give you 10.
Give me a persuasion.
24.
He'll take, yeah.
I should have asked for 5.
He says 10 gold, but he wants some sort of clothes in exchange. You got to get some common clothes to give him so he's not naked. He doesn't have another
I'll
set.
give him a blanket. That's all I've got. I don't have any
Common clothes.
I don't have. I'll point. I left a set of really fine clothes there in the drink. If you just go back in somewhere in the ocean over there, they're probably
Common
clean
clothes.
by now.
Take it or leave it. You can pick up like a set in the shop there for 2 silver.
Yeah, I say, well, fuck you. I'm gonna get some clothes on the shop. Pay a fucking silver.
That's fine. I didn't come to you. You came to me.
Damn,
You, sir,
he's hardcore.
are not very nice to a man in a man in need. And I just drop the blanket and walk off.
I'm gonna need a D8 roll to see if he laughs at you or not. This is an inches roll.
2.
Sir, there are children here. I think you should pick your blanket back up.
All right, I'll pick it back up and wrap it around my waist.
It's okay. Yeah, so him and his wife both have a good laugh.
Here we go.
There we go.
You did
Now
it.
we got
You did it. You killed him. You killed him.
Almost there.
This is now a successful night as far as I'm concerned.
Oh man.
Oh, good one, Jake.
Me as an inches roll.
All right.
It's cold.
That's it. It's like, I just got out of the water.
Fucking cold it ain't felt. All right. So you're able to get your common clothes. It costs you 2 silver.
All right.
Oh man.
And you guys just kill time until then. How do you want to? You got probably 4 or 5 hours before George's going to be.
I would get my gear and then go to like quartermaster or whatever. Like
Right back.
I'm sure I probably was acquainted with whoever was doling out tools and stuff.
Sure.
And just approach him like, we need provisions. And like I might be by myself. I still say we need provisions.
Sure. Yeah.
Oh no, I'm behind you. I'm
Okay.
talking. I'm behind you having a conversation with myself.
And he kind of nods like, "What can I do you for?"
Did Jorth say? I forget. Did Jorth like go along with us approaching the keep?
So he is okay with it, and he said he'll help you in any way he can, but he can't leave his post.
Okay. Jorth offered his aid in us approaching the keep.
I understand. What can I get you? What do you need?
He'd pack horses, provisions, and whatever. Like does anyone? I know Radik is with me. I don't know if anyone else caught up with us, or should we
I'd
just?
probably have gone. I wouldn't have gone to search for clothes.
Well, Alistair's clothes shopping still. So
Right.
Are you sure? Because I really like the idea of Bjorn, like the bored husband at the mall.
I'm not getting head high near those two.
All right, so yeah, there's 3 of you. We'll say Alistair's still shopping.
And I like, and you have your hammer, but like, do you have any like? I said like, do you have like a crossbow or anything? Like, I'm just thinking like ammo.
No, I just have my my armor and my hammer.
And by the time like when he came back and like got his stuff, he's got like a full pack, like just loaded to the nines. He's even got like a shovel dangling from it, and then he's got like his full hauberk of mail slung over his arm, and he's carrying like a great sword all just slung over an arm. And
and I have 1 bag.
Yeah, so he's willing to load you up with any equipment, like any regular equipment that you need. Anything really like a bullseye lantern or something kind of exotic, they're not going to have. But any normal tools, he'll give you whatever you want. They are very short on horses, so they don't have them to spare.
The pack mule, anything like that?
I really don't.
Give me a persuasion check. You know what? You can do it at advantage because you have Jorth's aid. Or
I get advantage on a persuasion? That's interesting.
You're gonna need it.
I really don't need a ride. I can walk. It's fine.
And I just turned to him like, it is full of provisions.
Oh.
Don't you know what a pack mule is?
Well, I figured we would just go in economy style.
13.
Yeah. All right. I was like in my head, I was like, DC 13 or 14 sounds about right.
So then you were still deciding after the roll, do I want to?
Like, fuck. Yeah. So 13. He's like, I'll see what I can do. I'll get back to you.
I will settle for a donkey.
It's pack mule, donkey, potato. He's going to see what he can find. And you believe him. Like, you really think he's going to look and see what he doesn't know what they have to spare. Yeah. But, feel free. Just, between sessions or wherever, like, go through and just go nuts with equipment. You have kind of free reign.
I already did, but I figure I'll just double up on shit.
Yeah, if there's anything, you can carry it. So next time you guys see Loerk, he's going to be carrying, he's like a backpack on top of his backpack and his sack slung over his shoulder and like all this shit hanging off of each backpack and sack.
I've got a bag of pillows and blankets.
One go.
Right. Like,
and that's before I just went and got provisions.
It sounds like an exaggeration when I was saying he was carrying 600 pounds.
Like he's just going to come back carrying the donkey with all of this stuff on top of it.
like my carrying capacity, like I can lift, it'll encumber me, but I can actually lift up 1,200 pounds.
Sweet baby Jane.
Wow.
All right, so you can carry me.
The mule looked tired.
All right, there you go, little fella. I got you.
So yeah, I guess we're getting provisions and stuff.
Sure.
I guess we'll figure that out as we go.
Is there a place where I can safely store my pillows and blankets?
Yeah. Like there's no real secure place, but you get a good vibe from this place. You don't think anybody is really trying to rob you. If you had a heart, you'd look around and realize that literally anybody here needs these blankets and pillows way more than you do.
I'm going to need them for the ride home, though. So I'm going to...
They might die, but you might get chilly.
It's true. Or uncomfortable.
Right. It's not their problem. They're fucking...
Yeah, this place... If I could buy the pillows and blankets, another set on the way back, I would do it. But this place is shit. They've got nothing left.
Maybe these people should just go kill a super evil hag, and then they'll be better off.
I mean, that's what I did.
Why don't you go make something out of nothing? All right, so Adam's shopping. Josh is shopping for free. And 2 hours pass, and Jorf comes and finds you. Say, it's dinner time. So you guys you're getting dinner. He has a seat with you.
What are the options here tonight?
Are you referring to the fare, to the food that's being served?
Aye.
Well, there's whatever is in abundance, sir. These people are, in hard times.
Yeah, it's...
I'd love a salmon dish if you got one.
Cod is all we
Maybe
have.
some asparagus and rice. That would be great.
I really don't think this fella here pays attention to what's going on around him. It reminds me about
I'm not even paying attention to this conversation.
I know, right? So that's why I said I remember one friend, Donald. Yes, that was his name. Now, Donald used to, and he starts going off into this story about people not paying attention.
Loerk is literally not paying attention, and he just wandered off to go get food. And
Oh, wait, they don't bring it to the table?
So actually, as you're saying this, Dwarf snaps his fingers again and says, he tells his man to get you a plate, but he gives him a look. What's your passive insight?
Who, me?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
It's 10.
Okay. You don't notice it.
No.
But what you do notice is when he comes back, your plate doesn't look quite as appetizing as anybody else. You chalk it up to coincidence, but it's just like, oh man, this guy really doesn't have much of a
I'm not going to leave a tip for him.
Yeah. Show him.
Yeah.
So he waits till you've all sat down. He goes, all right, you meant, he's specifically looking at Alistair and Bjorn now because they're the ones who came. He's like, you mean to, you're going to try to get in this fort. You're serious.
Yes.
Hey.
I just speak up like, we will not try. We will get into the fort.
I like this guy. Look at him with this positive attitude. He's Tom Cruise if I ever saw one.
So 100 Eldorans, easy. Guard that fort. It would take 1,000 men to breach it. I admire your will, but you will need help. You need an angle, as they say. Do you have a plan?
Well, I mean, I've got some ideas. Haven't necessarily formulated them into a plan just yet. I was hoping for a glass of wine. Is there anybody here? I've had the best wine on the halfling ship.
We need Martin.
We do need, yes. If we find Martin, we've got quite a bit of intelligence there that he could help us get into the fort.
I agree. He would be a valuable asset, but again,
what I think he's trying to say is that until we get a full lay of the land and see exactly how we might be able to approach said fort or stealth our way into there, we can't really say exactly how we intend to get into said fortress.
I know Mondok. We will approach him and right these wrongs.
Or we could just do that.
Now, who's that, I wonder?
That's the fella who's running the place.
Yep.
Yeah, he used to work with him.
Huh.
Yeah, imagine how surprised I was.
Well, that's interesting. No wonder you were on the list of people to talk to.
Well, I do have.
You were not.
Oh.
And Loerk, again, just like every other time, he's just kind of casually, like, albeit somewhat delicately eating, and then still taking the leavings that Radik keeps putting on his plate and putting them back.
Exactly.
It's a little game we play.
I'm very confused about the whole thing.
So Jorf kind of pipes up. He's like, so I cannot come with you, so I will leave you to determine your own plan. A man should forge his own fate. Here, I will tell you what I know, though, of the fort. And he takes out a piece of parchment and starts to try to draw the fort.
I pull out my map.
This is excellent. Of course, the guild would provide you with a map. And he looks at it and he's like, all right, this is wrong. This right here, this wall, I wouldn't say collapsed, but collapsed. How do I say? And so we're going to pull up. So this is the map of the fort. Guys, I'll see that.
Yep.
So he says, he's like, the keep here, it is much, much smaller. Maybe not in size, but it's not so tall. 2 stories tops. The wall over here behind the temple, it is collapsed to say that it is still a wall. It is easily 15 feet high, but the portion that you would walk it has crumbled. It's not patrollable, and with that, there is a blind spot. For you see, the tower here creates a blind spot for anyone who's not patrolling the western wall, and the western wall is not patrollable. If you were try to get in, that would be your best route. If you were to invade, we'll say.
Interesting. Might I ask, who is the temple to?
Fuck. Let me pull up my notes.
Oh, look at I'm sorry.
I was so close. I had made it so far. Just on memory.
It's not to your god.
Talk amongst yourselves.
La-di-dee, la-di-da. So, best favorite Tom Cruise movie. I got to go way early. I really dig Taps. I thought Taps was pretty awesome. I love.
So, unpopular opinion: Night and Day.
Oh, that is an unpopular opinion.
I know.
Never seen it.
It's like a half action, half romantic comedy with him and Cameron Diaz. They have tremendous chemistry. It's a wonderful movie. Edge of Tomorrow is fucking fantastic.
I like the one where he rides around with the taxi guy and he kills people. That was pretty good.
That was actually really good. The whole him is the coyote assassin. Yeah, what was that?
Jairus, aren't you supposed to be the one looking for the?
Yeah, man, you're not supposed to join in the conversation. We're just supposed to keep everybody else entertained.
Real quick side note: Edge of Tomorrow is my favorite Emily Blunt movie.
It's a really good movie.
She is badass in that shit.
It is an amazing movie.
The
I still think if you like Tom Cruise, you need to watch Mission Impossible Fallout.
I've seen all the other Mission Impossibles and really
they're all good
on my list.
This was the best.
I'll put it into my queue.
Good.
Right behind rewatching Conan the Barbarian.
Conan the Barbarian was great.
I know, right?
Conan the Destroyer was also great, though.
It was fun as hell. I mean, for totally different reasons, they're both great. You know, but just soundtrack alone.
All right. So after all that, he doesn't know.
Okay, cool.
It's often common that there won't be a temple to a specific god, but just a general place of worship. He's not sure that that's what this is.
It's a Unitarian temple.
Yeah.
So what you're saying is I might be able to consecrate it to a mom.
Well,
I like the way you think, sir.
The thing with most of the Eastern Suite is, all right, so real quick, again, little exposition on Ravanna. Most of Ravanna is a polytheistic religion system where it varies a little bit from area to area, but typically there's like 10 to 12 gods, main gods, and then you'll have dozens of other minor gods. But a large portion of the Eastern Suite would be, the best comparison would be like medieval Catholicism, where it is like this one singular God with very strict rules. And that is what you would expect to find in Hayfeld. You don't know for certain that's what it is, but that is what you would expect.
Right.
And that is what Jorf kind of indicates. The same thing. He doesn't know, but that's what he'd expect. Yeah,
I was like, why do you keep opening that?
Because it's usually my character sheet.
But
well, I think going in through that back where the it's all tumbled down sounds to be probably the best alternative.
Again, if this is what you want to do, that is the best information I can give you. But it is dangerous. You understand? Very dangerous.
I still think that our first course of action needs to be to try to find Martum.
But I agree. We can do that. And you said he's supposed to be around here in this area.
Well, he's somewhere thereabouts. He, from what I understand, he escaped the onslaught, or at least there's hope that he did. So maybe we could find him in the woods or somewhere thereabouts, hiding out. But I feel like we at least need to give it a shot and try to find him if he's close by.
Where's the largest concentration of refugees from the area?
I was just thinking the same thing.
Oh, Dwarves, so you're asking Dwarves would be like there. Most have come. It depends where they're coming from.
The keep itself.
From the keep itself. So, if it were me and I were fleeing from the keep, your two only options: you head for the coast, or you try to disappear into the woods. I don't know this, Martin. If you were confident in your capabilities, the woods are easier to disappear in, but much more dangerous. So it really depends on what kind of man this Martin is.
Well, what do you know of Berkner? Because that may help us figure out which direction he went, since he was Berkner's apprentice.
Berkner, I know of him more of reputation. I've only met him maybe once. He is, I would say, as clever as a man you would meet who never dabbled in magic. You understand, typically, if you reach a certain level of intelligence or you're smart, they always tend to be wizards, you know? It's just, I've most smart people I've met know a little bit of magic.
Aye.
To speak to Berkner, a very intelligent man, but not a lick of magic as far as I know.
Well, he'd have to be smart if he's going to have a fort named after him. I don't know what the hell accent I just
Yeah, it was a little bit of all of them.
It was a little bit of all of them, right? I mean, it's called Berkner's Fort, correct? It's the same individual?
Yes, very successful, man.
Well, I would assume there might be a fellow around here that might be considered a huntsman or someone who even knows the forest. Maybe we could hire an individual to take us and maybe sniff this fella out. Or not.
More we sniffing out?
Well, there's
we're trying
plenty
to figure out where Martin went, whether he went to the coast or went to the woods.
And there's plenty of locals here that are used to going into the forests and hunting and gathering. Maybe we can find someone that can help us with this.
Then also maybe somebody who knew him or knew of him that could tell us a little bit more about him, whether he headed toward the coast or into the wood.
Exactly. Well, yes, exactly. There might be someone here that came from the fort that knows more about it. As I, if you give me a cracker,
yeah.
Uh-oh.
Oh, we lost the DM.
Yeah,
and our dwarf.
Yeah, and Let's getting close to that time. Anyway, how long is this? Are we gonna do the
12,
stream?
I guess. Oh.
I'm Mountain Time.
Yeah, so that, like, for Radik, that all tracks. Like, that would make total sense. Alistair and Bjorn, they're like, I kind of subtly implied it, but there is not a ticking clock per se, but you guys need to get into a vault. And they're pretty confident that the North Erglians wouldn't have gotten into it yet because it's complex. But sooner or later they will. Like it's not. You can't wait forever. There's a door in their way.
Because I ordered some new clothes from Amazon, so I've got 2 days. Is that to get them? Is that no? We got.
Yeah. I think you might have to pick those up on the way back.
I'm not trying to say don't do it. I just want to make sure you understand the situation. So it's at this point we'll call it evening. So you can spend a couple hours tonight, or if you guys want to spend tomorrow looking for Martum.
I'd spend a couple. I
We
mean,
definitely do that.
depending on what time it is, if there's still people out and about, I'd like to maybe split up and see if we could find somebody who's heard of him or knows anything about him.
One of the things that Loerk had done the previous evening, actually, he kind of goes to camp, and he looks sort of like those who seem like mournful, and he plays his lyre. He like plays those like.
Oh Jesus, that's gonna put him in a worse mood because that stuff's like morbid sounding, man. It's like funeral music. It's like, oh, you've lost people. Hold on, let me play you some of this. Granted, it sounds better, but I'm just saying.
But I'm saying, like, would he? Is there
just for a reason?
I'm sorry, I can't hear you, Jared.
I said, spoken like a man who doesn't appreciate art. Sad music exists for a reason. Give me a performance check.
Could be bad, but is that?
Well, yeah. If you have proficiency, give me an instrument check, rather. I should say.
Okay, I'll do that. Huh? Not too bad.
And wow, I guess Jarrus didn't agree because he left once you started playing.
It was a terrible performance, and they left.
It's like, this is what I think of your performance, sir.
We're done.
But it's something you've grown relatively accustomed to, where people have their preconceived notions of you because you're big, and you live heavy shit.
Missed the whole thing.
Okay, so you have you sit down, you start to you pull out your lyre, and you see the same expression on their faces that you've seen many times, where people kind of have preconceived notions about you because you're this big warrior-looking motherfucker, Yeah. And you pull out your lyre and you start to play, and it's beautiful. And the fact that they didn't.
There they go.
There it is.
The end.
This is the end, my friends. The end. Oh, there it is.
Almost back.
All right, I'm back again. Anyway, forget all the fluff. They liked your performance. It was great.
But I was kind of going like around the crowds that way, and like it's just he saw people mourning and it left him in that mood, so he just kept doing it. And but I was wondering if there's possibility he had picked up something about like the location of Martin that way. Like he did it the night before, he'll do it again this night before returning in.
All right, so last night, no, because if you're not specifically asking about it, it's just like going.
I figured he probably didn't pick up anything the night before, but now that he knows the look,
Yeah, no, if you're asking about it, then give me just a
more just paying attention,
just like a flat D20.
I'm sorry, on what roll?
It's the flat D20.
Okay. Ooh.
Oh, that's good. 19.
Oh yeah.
That's really
yeah, you happen to strike up a conversation.
First guy you come to.
It's actually like one of the last people you speak to before turning in, and you've all but given up hope, and now you're just kind of playing the lyre just for general purposes. Like you kind of stopped trying, but you happen to strike up a conversation with someone. And he's actually good friends with Martum, and he himself has fled from the fort, and he says that he hasn't seen him since. Sorry, I lost my track. Since fleeing the fort, he figures he probably would have gone to the wood, because it seems safer and Martin can handle himself. And he kind of implies that like once someone, he figures he would have gone to the Forest of Thorns. So the Forest of Thorns, if we pull up our map.
That's a ways away though.
Let's see.
I mean, if we're on a ticking
That's down there.
Yeah.
So that's a ways off.
Yep.
Yeah. If we're on a ticking clock, we don't got time for that.
We don't see
No,
them.
it's
We don't see
exact
the map.
opposite
Right.
direction.
Right. Like he might not be there yet, but it's been a couple weeks that this guy's been here. So yeah, he's probably pretty close. And the Forest of Thorns is an area that is become like almost a nation in itself of bandits, and not like Eldoran. So how do I
Not
put it?
raiders, they're bandits.
Yeah, so like Eldoran raiders, there is like a, how do I put it? It's a weird thing to say. Not like an honor, because they're murderers, but there is they have a code. Like they have some sort of code, and it's kind of like a might equals right. Like if you could defend yourselves, then we couldn't take this from you, and that's what you should be able to do. Or like
lessers and
yeah, the Forest of. Oh, go ahead.
I was saying that's why Loerk got along with them. He understood that they're lesser beings. He just didn't like how they treated the lesser beings.
Right. But the Forest of Thorns is just criminals. Just like safe haven for all the bits. And there's like large tribes of goblins and orcs in the area as well. And it is a dangerous fucking place.
Yeah.
And yeah.
Yeah, we wouldn't be going there. I mean, it would be nice to get some intel and insight, but you're talking about, I mean, if that, granted, I just want to go there for, to try and see if there's any slaves and whatnot to try and save. But I mean, you guys got some kind of timetable to get into a vault or some kind of shit. Yeah.
The information there is very important.
Life's work. That could be your life's work, Radik, is trying to purify the Forest of Thorns.
Yeah. Well,
although you're a little late to the party.
Right.
It'd be a great life's work if you were like 22.
Sorry.
Well, then it seems like we have just one choice, and that's trying to get into this place without Martum, although it seems like it would be an easier solution if we had him.
Well, so as it stands, you have Jorif, who has given you a method, not fully hashed out, but he has a general idea how you can sneak in. And then Loerk, Mercy, does know Montauk. So there is...
So we could always maybe divide and conquer. We have, Loerk working with his friend there, Mad Marmaduke. What's his name?
Martok. Mad Marmaduke.
I have not gotten an NPC's name right, by the way.
I'm upset I didn't think of that. Mad Marmaduke. That's a great name. More of a pirate, I'd say.
Yeah. And then maybe Bjorn and I can sneak in through the back. Because there's nothing better than splitting the party.
Well, here's the thing is that now, granted, I'm sure you're probably a sneaky individual, and that would be fine for you to go around and traipse on in there with no one trying to find you. But when it comes to my friend Loerk, he's an extremely honest person. And I hate to say it, but your friend in spiky armor doesn't seem like he would go quietly into anything. So I agree with you, but I think what we should probably do, I don't know, Loerk, do you think you could go into this and put on a friendly face to your once companion?
Are we? I'm assuming we're talking about this now, like at our own little camp, like our own little hut or whatever.
Oh yeah,
that's what I was thinking.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Loerk is actually just like in his bedroll trying to sleep.
I mean, we do need to come up with a plan there.
As you can see, this is what I'm talking about here. I mean, my friend is incredibly honest and just straightforward.
His back is turned to you all, and he actually interrupts you to answer. He's like, "We shall see. We will check it out tomorrow.
Exactly. See, as you can tell, he's just as likely to punch this Martok in the face because he's got some sort of beef with him, as opposed to play along and give you enough time.
Need be.
See, that's what I'm talking about. So, I think
I'm not sure that the four of us here can take on the forces that took over a fort.
No, not at all. So.
You only need to take on one at a time.
We need a diversion.
I agree with the dwarf. We need a diversion. So if you guys are able to create a diversion while the two of us sneak into the back.
Again, I'm going to point out, I don't know if you traveled along with this individual over here, but he's got spikes coming out of him everywhere.
Well, yeah, well, no, I understand.
Clinks. I mean, do me a favor, Bjorn. Walk from here to there. Now, Alistair, as he's walking, I want you to listen to him. You hear that clanking? That's not quiet.
Well, we don't necessarily need to be all that quiet if there's a diversion on the other end of the
Well, that's what I'm thinking is the three of us do a diversion and you sneak in.
We can make no decision till we scout. Sleep now, scout tomorrow.
Well, there is that. I agree with that part of it. But let's do that. Let's sleep and then we'll scout tomorrow as we go upon our way. It's going to take us a little while to get up there towards that fort anyhow. All right. Good night.
Out of character, you guys do not have to go along with it. Everything he says, he's not like final. It's just what he says.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna flip back just so they're on your map, Adam, that they gave you. They have an X marked. You see where I'm pinging.
Yeah.
So like that little tower to the left there, within the keep, that is where the vault is. Like with certainty, they didn't give it like we think where the vault is. This is where the vault is. They say, and they indicate that it descends down. It's under the keep.
Okay.
Just for the sake of intel.
Yeah, I figured that's where it would be. Or something.
Something I want to say, but in character, Loerk is pretty much done speaking.
I agree. I think that's the best.
I don't know that we've actually come up with any sort of plan. I don't know.
Well, the plan is we're going to go and we're going to reconnoiter. And then after we reconnoiter, we'll decide how best for you to get in there while we create a diversion.
How best to get you in there?
Alistair, give me an intelligence check. Actually, anybody can give me. Anybody wants to can give me an intelligence.
Natural one. God damn it.
I am the last person you want doing an intelligence check, but I'll do it.
You can.
Now!
Actually,
none of us are doing very well.
That's weird.
Well,
it's a weird change of pace.
I would like to know what it's for so I can make my argument about why wisdom is probably a better suited stat.
Well, let me see. All right, regardless of what your modifier would be, wisdom. No, you just don't have experience with it.
Okay.
But Jake would know because dwarves secure their shit that if you are going to go through the trouble to put a magical lock on something, it is not the only fail-safe.
Well, yeah.
Just that is something worth.
Which explains why not all four of us should put ourselves in danger, but just one.
I'm curious how Bjorn explains this. I want to.
Yeah. Know that, Jake. Relay it to the party.
If you have the trouble of putting a vault in somewhere, it's going to be trapped as well, especially a magic vault. Now, this man is as clever as he says he is. Even if he didn't have magic, he would certainly have had known people to use magic to trap things.
Yep.
A man who the hag can handle all manner of vile darkness.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's true. Of course, I am a hero of some renown.
Well, here's the thing I need to know. What exactly y'all trying to steal from out of there? I mean, you're going to go up inside of this incredibly fortified place with all this danger for...
Now, your name wasn't on the list.
You don't have the clearance.
That is true. That is very true, sir. But every day, the sun rises and sheds its light upon all, even whether or not they are on the list or not.
Now,
I like that Will's description of this guy was Andy Griffith, but less hickish.
Yeah.
And then he took it like 2
He's
degrees
more
farther.
hickish. And Frank Creed is right. We do need a rogue or a slash thief.
Yeah, we do.
Well, I thought that's what you were, sir.
No.
Right? Bards are just cooler rogues, in my opinion.
Mm-hmm.
Especially College of Whispered bars. I said whispered bars.
Whispered bars, yeah.
Exactly.
Well, I guess, yeah, we'll get ourselves some rest and head over there tomorrow. But I don't know that, I mean, maybe there's some magical wards protecting this this safe, but there also might be guards.
But then,
nothing for this vault, we shall right the wrongs.
but then again,
Well,
you're recruiting all help to go and we don't know what you're trying to get. What are you trying to get?
I'm trying to get some documents out of the safe.
Aha! Documents out of the safe. Interesting. All right, time to go to bed.
Nailed it.
Yeah, and Radik will go and climb into bed. He'll climb into whatever. I don't know. I take it we just got like a sleeping roll out on the...
I've got a whole bunch of pillows and blankets I'm laying out.
I pictured it like a hut with just a one room around a fire, like refugee.
Yeah, exactly. You got like a makeshift little hut tent thing, and if you build a fire, then that's cool. And
Yep.
it's kind of, there's probably enough bed rolls for 2/3 of the people there. So
I have my own.
there you go. If you got your own, you're good. I mean, if you were really a man of God and you had your own, you'd probably give it up to a woman or a child. But yeah,
I've got at least 4 pillows. I've got 4 more blankets.
and that's all anyone would expect from you.
Yeah. And I'm still not as comfortable as I'd like to be.
Remember when you saved that woman and her child from the zombie? Saved is a very...
I wound up just leaving them there because they pissed me off. Didn't I?
All right. So
I
we'll
attempted to save them.
We'll go to sleep, get up, go reconnoiter at least, and then make a decision.
Perfect. And that's where we will pick up next week.
Yeah.
Don't forget we have basic equipment that we can get from the quartermaster too.
Yeah. If there's any basic equipment you need, help yourselves.
Cool.
I've got my saw.
Dude, that could come in handy. You never know.
You never know.
It'd be great if you got it for the ship and they immediately did not let you, so you go to try to cut through and it takes you forever. If you try to make a plunge cut with a saw, and it doesn't work.
Yeah, no, I can't even.
So
I barely scratched the wood. Yeah.
Yeah, 3 hours, you finally get the blade through, and literally the instant it pokes through, just the half of there. So it's like, what the fuck are you doing? But now you have this saw.
Yeah.
There you go. Excellent.
All right, well,
guys.
Fun first session, guys.
Yeah.
Hope you enjoyed it.
Yeah, it was a blast.
Thanks for being patient while we did the flipping back and forth. And
No, it's fun.
Yeah.
I think everybody had a good time.
Oh, I did.
good stuff.
I hope everybody watching had a good time.
Yeah. Or at least most of
Yeah,
them.
that's what's
I'll settle
important.
for most.
Yes. I think most people have gotten tired now because it's like as soon as like that magical hour hit, everyone.
Yep.
Oh, gotta go to
It's late, man. I'm tired.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, Frank Creed says yes. As well.
Yeah.
You know what? That's all that's important to me is that we're entertaining Frank.
Seriously, like
Yeah.
if we do 100
No offense to everybody else.
watches, I'm cool with that.
Yep, that's all that matters.
Frank has been with us since day one of Return to the Bandit Kingdoms. He's, he's
Yep, number one fan.
yeah, that's been going on for almost a year now, right? Like we're pushing out.
We're
It
getting
is
there.
getting pretty close, yeah.
We're getting there.
We've
Getting
done
there.
34 weeks. We missed a few. So what we were at, like 37 weeks or 38 weeks, something like that?
That's like
Well,
a fight.
34, and then we
Right,
missed,
we missed a few. Right, that's what I'm saying. I'm
we missed
adding them all.
2, but then we had the
Fairy
holiday.
Bard, good night to you as well.
Thank you, Fairy Bard. Good night.
Good night. Oh.
Yeah, but then we've had the like good guy and bad guy episodes count? Are those like episode 28?
Yeah.
Those
Yeah,
were,
those count into
And then
it.
we just had the Adam holiday thing. So yeah,
Yeah.
we're probably at 37.
And then we had, I think, 2 other weeks off.
yeah, we're
Over the
pushing up on a pregnancy. We're like full
There
time.
we go.
All
Wow.
together, we're probably sitting at about 42 episodos.
There you go. That's a year for me.
Yeah,
Yeah.
close enough.
Call it a year.
A friend of mine has been watching. She's curious about D&D, and she said it was a lot of fun. So
Awesome.
Good.
Yeah, there you go.
Yay. All right. Cool, man.
All right. Yeah, I'll see you guys.
We'll see you next week here at 8 p.m. on Wicked Studios LLC. And let's not forget, Return to the Bandit Kingdoms every Tuesday night at 9 p.m. Eastern Time.
R2BK for
And
life.
thank you, Fairy Bard, for following us here at
Yes,
Wicked
thank
Studios LLC.
Hell yeah. Bards are the best.
For sure.
But, yeah, hell yeah, man.
I got a soft spot for bards. I really like them.
Excellent.
All right. We'll catch you guys next time.
All right.
All right.
Bye. Thanks for tuning in.
Adios.
Bye.